All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. Happy Thursday. Sorry it's a little late. I fell asleep on the couch. Um, I was tired. But how's it going, Matt, Subuntu, and Goodspeed? Welcome. Hope you all are doing well. So we got a bunch of holy crap random stuff to get into tonight. We got one thing. It's bigger than normal. We're gonna wait a little bit to get it going. It's not so much that like it's something big that we have to do, but it's what it is bigger. I'm gonna talk about that in a little bit. I'm eating a granola bar here because I am hungry because, like I said, I just woke up from a nap. So, breakfast time, right? Just woke up from a nap. Alright, we got a whole bunch of stuff to get into tonight, including... Hey, look at that. That's from my HD home run. Those are the channels that are favorited. Yep. So the HD home run plugin is getting there. I think what I'm going to do is the protocol should be able to add an option here. And for now, I'm just going to add some BS in here to make it open up a GStreamer stream using just a play bin. Because you can just set a URL for the play bin and it'll go. And yeah. And then we can watch TV from Pigeon 3. That should be cool. I'm Tony Couty. Welcome. How are you? But yeah, so like all the other contacts and stuff are in here. I had it all debugged in here last night. There is a problem. You can see I've got a whole bunch of debug info here. Because if I run this from my build directory, it crashes. And I think I know why. I think I figured out when I was sleeping. Trying to go to sleep. We got a whole bunch of stuff to work on tonight. I want to try to fix this real quick, because like I said, I think I figured out I was trying to fall asleep last night. But we're going to crash, because all of a sudden we tried to create the connection again. Oh, maybe it's a different connection. What the? Oh, no, right. Oh, wait, maybe that's the problem? Hold on. Maybe I was just doing too much at once. All right, there's the crash. Yeah, see, I don't know what the hell is going on here. It's only, like, it's the exact same commit. Which makes it even weirder. So, I want to debug that, but I don't think that's what it was. Well, now you get to really hide. We don't play language war games here. We're not fucking children. So if you want to play language war games, you just get timed out. So I thought the issue here was going to be that I was calling the wrong function. Nope, I am calling connected. All right, well, we'll get to that in a little bit, I guess. Or, see, the problem is I'm not sure where else to go debugging this is the problem. So, like, you saw over here, like, it's the same code, right? I ran it from the same directory. Purple HD Home Run build, same plugin. Purple HD Home Run build dev. Oh, wait, build dev. Why am I in build dev? Oh, right, no, that's fine. Yeah, because I tried that as just an alternative way as a debug reason, right? Same exact plugin, it's gonna do the same thing. But the extra connection stuff, that was from IRC. I thought that was us getting called again. But it was not. Yeah, see, like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, the connection object died or something for some reason. Oh no, so we are getting called twice. What the fuck? All right, or are we? I'm so confused. Like, it doesn't make any sense because... Oh, actually, hold on. I want to try this. Because, like, it's the same build on the same machine with the same dependencies. Should be, right? Let's do that. If this crashes again, that's okay. We'll go from there. Okay, yeah, we still crash here. That's fine. Run it again now without the other stuff loaded. Wait, what was that critical? Oh, it's fine. Okay. Oh, okay, damn, we didn't crash. I thought we didn't crash for a second. I was like, what? So yeah, it's not tied to any of this, but in the Discover callback, this is not the connection for some reason. Even though it should be. So Discover load callback. That's where we're dying. Oh, no, sorry. So, yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, Discover callback, line 438. Like, it's dead. And here, this is the connection we're passing into the callback. But, like, what we get back is, like, so this is, let me label these better. Discover connection. Discover callback connection. Oh, I did build. The problem is this is so annoying to add back. Although maybe I could add this in manually for now. We definitely crashed as expected. Yeah. Why is our connection getting called twice? Like, what? Huh? All right, let's do this. No, don't quit. We want to break on this guy and figure out why the hell's getting called twice. That's not right. That's a Mastodon toot about somebody rewrote DU in Rust and named it Dust and was like, it's better now. Like, like, oh, okay. Like, you could have written the same thing in Python and you wouldn't call it pust or pus, right? Like, Rust people are the literal worst when it comes to developers. Because they are just always in your face about everything. All right, so here's the first one. And this got called from purple account, real connection, blah, blah, blah. Cool, right? So it got called from our connect method, purple connection. Okay, cool. Continue. We hit the breakpoint again. This is King of Zombies with the 3 months. Thank you very, very much. Or 3 months, 3 years. Thank you very, very much. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. How are you doing today? how are we back to this? This no password callback. Let me go back to the first one because where did the first one come from? If it didn't come from the no password callback. Dang it. Or room for the Packers currently with the blockbuster. I heard something, but you know I don't really follow any of that stuff. No, what the hell? So this doesn't make any sense. The stack trace looks roughly the same, and just that shouldn't happen. I'm going to continue. What? And now it just works fine. But yeah, I mean, like it came up on Reddit, on the Milwaukee Reddit, and yeah. So what the hell? This doesn't make any sense. Was it just a bad compiler or something? Like what the fuck is going on? Is it possible I just didn't actually compile this right somehow? I'm so utterly confused. Or like, is the memory in my machine just dying? What the hell? All right. So, anyways, the whole reason why so I've been developing against the clean branch of Pigeon 3, just so that like anything else I do doesn't mess anything up or whatever, right? But the reason I moved to the dev branch is I wanted to add something new to Pigeon 3, and I was building part of it in an HD home run to test it and blah blah blah. So, yeah, no, that's here. 4 months. Did I make a branch for this? Okay, I guess my assumption was that I would undo it. Yep, okay. So one of the things, the HD home run stuff. So when you go to the channel lineup, it shows whether it's HD or not, right? So anything here that's a star, that's what's showing up in my contact list, right? So you have it favorited, right? So these are just all local over-the-air channels that my antenna is picking up. Although I realized recently that a bunch of the stuff, or there's a bunch of channels that are missing, and I think that's because of where I have the antenna. It's not in an opportune place. So what I might do is actually move the HD home run to my bedroom, and then have the antenna. So my bedroom's upstairs, right? So it'll be higher up in the air, and I can get it to a much better window. Because right now the HD home run is in the basement, and the antenna is by a basement window. So like reception, I'm not expecting reception to be great. I thought it was okay, but like there's a bunch of stuff missing between. Yeah, so like channel 36 is or was a PBS station here. And there's some other stuff that's missing too. So, yeah. How's it going, Holy Roman Empire? Welcome, welcome. Packer fans are excited and Cowboy fans are crying currently. Isn't that just the normal? Like, that was my understanding of football. Was Packer fans are generally happy. Cowboys fans are normally crying. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So, that needs to be a little more obvious, but yeah. As a Cowboy fan, yes. So the change here was to add badges to the list. That's all I was trying to test. And I still don't know why I was crashing, because I didn't really make any big changes here. The problem is I have too many changes stacked up. But I guess I must not have compiled, and I must have had something bad, right? Like, what else could it be? We delete the debug messages. We rebuild our plugin. We run again. Yeah, now it works. So the background's weird. It's supposed to be, I mean, it is transparent, but in the selection it gets weird. But that's, again, we're not trying to make sure that, like, we're not trying to polish the UI everything. We're trying to get stuff here and get it functional, and we're going to stylize and clean stuff up later, because it's just going to take too long to do all that. Danny Collins, the rules for the channel say there will be no language wars. I don't care if it's a joke or not. People are stupid with that stuff, and people do not take it as a joke. And you violated the channel rules. So, 10-minute timeout. Too bad. Go cry to the Twitch admins that I was being unfair because you didn't follow the channel rules. And then complained about them. So, this one doesn't have the that patch in there to show the badges. So, and if you only had any semblance of how often I get told people are just joking about stupid shit about, like, oh, well, you should do this and that, and you should use this language, or you shouldn't use Mercurial, you should be using Git because blah blah blah. It is insufferably annoying because it is almost literally every single day. And yep, not everyone is trying to be joking. Some people are just assholes, and trying to sort them out is not something I care to do. It's a waste of my time. You want to be an edgelord? Go be an edgelord somewhere else. Not here. Contact list badges. Also, the audacity to blame somebody that, like, who's been doing C for 30 years and be like, oh, yep, it's all the language fault. You're a bad C programmer. Yeah, I mean, that's one way you can go with it. It sounds really dumb, but yeah. Okay, you really want to go there? I'm just gonna cherry pick one super asshole from a couple days ago. And please don't respond. This thing's blown over finally. Like, nobody respond. I might have egged him on a little bit initially, but it happens. Too many notifications on Mastodon. Holy shit, come on. Where is this? This is why I turned off notifications for Mastodon on my phone. Oh, you know what? It's probably easier to find it from Pigeon's account. Yeah, whatever. Mastodon.org. The best part is when this asshole's like, open source developers shouldn't be responding on their brand accounts if they're just going to get emotional right away. I didn't respond with this, but I never actually responded from the brand account. Because, yeah, shitheads are just going to be shitheads. That was the 21st. Or whatever. You can go read the whole thing here. That's just a taste of the bullshit I deal with on a daily basis. Just a taste. You should go read any Mastodon post about that mentions Pigeon or Mercurial or anything. And it is just a fucking shit show of blah. So, no, Doc Glade's been dead for a while. GTK 3, they moved everything to GTK Builder. Like, Glade was still a thing. But it would, Glade would spit out GTK Builder UI files. So Glade's been gone for a long time. Plus, we get all these crazy things like these property lookups now. So one of the big things, Goodspeed, about us going to GObjects for everything. So purple person is a type we have in Purple 3. So this is the definition for a list item in the contact list. So the contact list holds on to persons, objects. So each item in the list is a person, right? So from the GTK list item that this widget is, we ask for its item property. We know that that item property is holding a purple person. So then we grab the priority contact info property from that person, which is a purple contact info type, and we say give us the badges property, and then we bind that to the badges property of Pigeon badges. And then everything just works and updates and does its own thing. And it's fine and amazing. And this is how this is why the UI is only like, so the Pigeon 3 UI right now is 15,000 lines of code. That's it. The whole UI you just saw pop up that does all this is 15,000 lines of code of C. Right? So much of that is because everything is GObject based now and everything is using property bindings. So like back in the day of Pigeon 2, right? Pigeon conf updated. Update fields, right? Update user, update buddy icon, update fields, update buddy. Like, where's the stuff I'm actually looking for here? Update user. That's not too bad. Is this the one I think it is? No, maybe not. But gray stuff out, generate send to items, Pigeon conf update buddy icon. Yeah, this is the weird one. Like, this function takes a flags variable to decide what to do to update stuff. So auto set title, blah, blah, blah. Like, we don't have to do any of this anymore at all because this is all just property bound. And when the property changes, it updates automatically. So code like this just doesn't exist. It's just, yeah, it's just gone. Doesn't exist. Doesn't have to exist. So, yeah, that's one of the other big reasons of everything being GObjects. Everything is much more happier that way. All right, ooh, we want to come back over here. We are on 4. Yep, HE stat, HE branch. Add a pigeon.badges widget to contacts in the contact list. This puts, or this adds the badges object after the name as that looks / feels a bit better when looking at a list of contacts. Oh, shit. I have this on the wrong branch, don't I? Oh, no, it's good. Okay. Also, speaking of the whole, like, dunking on people for languages and shit, there's a good article from a long time ago that somebody shared on another thread earlier today. It's from 2015. It's 10 years old. I highly recommend everybody reads this. Connected an HD home run account in another or third-party plugin I'm working on. And verified. It displayed properly. We can take a screenshot real quick. That's the wrong one. Contact list badges.ping. Oh, you used to work on Firefox, or you still work on Firefox? Yeah, yeah. It's so ridiculous, right? So, like, I don't understand how anybody thinks that, like, I don't understand anybody who refuses to even attempt to use Mercurial is ever going to be able to actually contribute to our code base. And I don't mean this in like, our code base is super complicated. Where it's different, right? It's a C code base based on G-object using glib, right? You have to know C and you have to know G-object and or GTK to contribute. And they're like, but you use Mercurial, not Git, so I'm not going to even try. Like like if you can't get past that barrier, you're not going to get past the actual code barrier. The worst part about that whole thing too, was like that was a response. If you read the original post there, it was a post asking for help for code review, which doesn't actually require you to use version control. You just need to go to the website and review the code. And it's just like, huh? But yeah, so Firefox is going to Git now though, right? Which is another sad day for Mercurial, which sucks, but yeah. And you know, they're going because they're caving to the Nimrods, right? That's just like does Firefox still use Zool for everything? Like, I don't understand why these people are like, oh, well, you need to be using Git to get more contributors, and like, no one's gonna learn Zool. Like, it's so dumb. Where the hell is this? Oh, there it is. Like, it's just all this tooling, all the documentation, all the stuff that Mozilla is going to update to move to Git. And I would bet a fair amount of money that the amount of contributors are going to get is negligible at best. Zill's been replaced almost completely by regular web standard stuff. Ah, okay, okay. But it's still in C++. No, it's still in C though, right? Git issue has also been an internal. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. To be fair, right? Like, I've been fair. I wouldn't say I've been involved in the Mercurial community, but I've been around the Mercurial community a lot. I kind of stepped away because I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be vague or anything, or even just gross, but it seems like the Mercurial team doesn't want to try to correct their situation. Or no, that sounds weird too, right? That sounds too preachy, right? But it seems like they don't want to try to like get new contributors and get more people using Mercurial, which okay, sure, whatever, right? And that just seems to be a bigger problem in general. Okay, C, C++, and Rust. Okay, yeah. I met somebody who was working on Rust at Firefox many years ago now, at a conference in San Francisco. I cannot remember their name to save my life because it was 9 years ago at least. I don't know. But like, So like Mercurial has this extension called convert, and the entire point of it is to either convert existing other operating systems into Mercurial, or to convert Mercurial repositories to Mercurial. And you're probably like, why would you do that? And the main reason you do that is to pull code out of an existing repository and put it into another one. That's still Mercurial. The whole way we built Retro Purple was we did HG convert a bunch of times until we got everything to the way we wanted it. Then we used HG Git to turn it into a Git repo and then put it on GitHub. Those of you that don't know, Retro Purple is all of our old proprietary protocol plugins. The idea is, and it's also an experiment, but the idea is there's all these retro chat server clones and stuff out there, but we don't want to carry the main protocol plugins in our tree anymore for numerous reasons. Some of them have been deleted for upwards of 10 years or more. So we don't want them in the main Pigeon 2 tree anymore, right? So, but because everyone's like, if you go to Git, you'll get contributors. Well, so... Look at all those contributors. Actually, how do I show this by like number of contributors? Can I just... Last 3 months. Yep. Look at all those contributors. Me and QLogic and Animadoria, who works on Nina chat. One contribution from them. One commit. 31 for QLogic, 31 for me. All those contributors. Yep. Yep. We have a repo that's in Git that's on GitHub in Git. And yep, look at the contributor fairy dropping off all those contributors for us. Yep, look at that. Funny that works. Anyways, the whole point of that whole setup is so that we put a bunch of effort in up front. We need to finish it, but the idea is to put a bunch of effort in up front so that we can do minimal effort later to just get stuff released and out the door. How many years have I been doing this stuff? 31. Now, obviously, the first, we'll say even 5 years, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing when I started programming at 12. Right? It was lots of just copying stuff from books and trying to learn on my own. But I have been involved in Pigeon for 22 years now, alone. And yet people with no experience will still try to tell me that I have to move to Git. It's pretty absurd. Absolutely absurd. You're just like, what in the hell? All right, we do want to get to that. But all right, we've been going for, oh, damn, 40 minutes already. All right, so eagle-eyed people might have seen this right here. So the person that did the original smiley / emojis and our application icon and other stuff for Pigeon 2, their name is Hilke Bonds. Yeah. And he kind of got the itch to start doing icons again. I think we're okay with where we are in this icon right now, enough so that we are going to add it and make it the icon for Pigeon 3. We might still go through some more iterations and stuff, but right now, for if you don't know, our icon is data, where the hell is this? Icons, high color. Do we have it that big? I don't think we have it that big. Oh, we do. So right now, that's our icon, right? So the new one looks a little different. Actually, do we have this in scalable? We do. Okay. So Inkscape, iam.pigeon. Ooh. Pigeon. Actually, I don't want to show it quite yet. Right. Okay. So this is the current one. Let me come over here. I don't know if this is going to open in this window or not. So, oh, that doesn't matter at the scale, huh? All right, let's do. Okay, so this is what the existing one looks like. And here's the new one. Any thoughts? Oohs, ahs, thought? No? Nothing? Opinions? Quandaries, queries? So the problem is with this, you have no idea what the hell it is. I know what this is because it used to come up in Google image searches all the time for pigeon. And what it is that it's the pigeon text mark. This, I mean, this isn't the same logo, obviously. Oh, we're even gonna, okay, yeah. But so what it is it's this, but it's cropped. So it's just this. And that used to show up all the time. So it's been ran past designers. If it doesn't show up on white stuff, I don't know. But from everything I saw with Hilke tested, Andy ran it plus the GNOME design team, and everything was fine. So I don't know. Either way, we'll see how it goes. Right? So what we need to do is we need to export a bunch of these into different sizes. So we want a 512 by 512. This is going to be annoying, but yep. Okay. Nope. We need the folder. Pigeon, data, icons, high color, 512 by 512, apps, boom, save. Yep, replace. Did that actually go? Yeah, I guess it did. Okay. All right. Next up, size-wise. Let's go on Wursel Werg. Welcome, welcome. How are you? None of your homework is due for like 3 weeks. You're crushing it now. Mainly because you like the data warehousing class. Nice, nice. And export to stickers? Huh? What about stickers? The funny part is, this is one of the keys to my P.O. box, and it is on my desk because I am going to close the P.O. box because I'm not going to continue paying for the P.O. box or for stickers because nobody buys them. Yeah, so that whole thing's going away. It's been a very long time since anybody's done anything with stickers. Or you're just saying, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. We need data, icons, high color. Okay. No, it kind of worked. You still got mine I sent you, or you still got yours that I sent you? Yeah, yeah. It's my favorite language. I use languages that are good to use, or whatever that I am proficient in. But I mean, I like languages are a tool, right? Find one that works for you. Find two that works for you. But don't be a language absolutist that's hating on other languages because that's just tacky and dumb. Also, as I just mentioned, I don't think I shared it here on YouTube. Somebody posted this related to something else today, and it's just, you know, why are people such gatekeeper assholes when it comes to programming? Is basically what it is, and it's just don't be that person, right? Now, me personally, I prefer C and Go. I've been doing C for 30 some odd years, so yeah. Go I like because it just makes things very easy and fast, and it basically replaced my usage of Python. I still write a fair amount of Python at work, quick little scripts to integrate stuff like that, whatever, right? But the thing is, languages are just a tool, right? Like, are you going to hate on somebody because they have a cheap hammer and you have the expensive, you know, contractor endorsed whatever hammer? No, it's a fucking hammer, right? As for the inevitable question that's going to come up of, well, what about Rust? I haven't used Rust enough to have an opinion on the language, but I can tell you that the Rust evangelists can go fuck themselves. And because of them, I don't give a shit about Rust. I have no intention in ever learning Rust because I want to be nowhere near those people. Do your classes are basically just semester-long group projects? Nice, nice. Language editor was the same old as time. Yeah, I know. And they're just as dumb then as they were now. Just like tabs versus spaces. Oh, tabs versus spaces. Tabs versus spaces. So I could go through the whole thing again, but I'm just going to share the clip once I can find the clip. It should be on my featured clip, so it should be fast. I should actually just have like a command for this, which is not a bad idea for me to do right now. I don't know why I can't mute that, but whatever. We want to go to... where the hell is this? I guess we're just going to say videos. Thank you, Korth. Greatly appreciate it. 67 months. Holy cow. That's a lot of years. And yes, almost Friday, and it's a 3-day weekend here in the U.S. Woo! Doom scroller not Grimm's reaction. Okay, I guess I have to hit show all. But so the tabs or spaces thing is, it's both, is the answer. And that's not something anybody's gonna realize, which is what the clip is for. I'm just realizing I don't know what this clip is titled. Did I say titled? This clip is titled. Alright, hold on. Go back here. Featured clips. Gets down. Alright, whatever. I just put it on my YouTube too, so it should show up there too. But anyways, so here, when you look at the Pigeon code base, spaces there, because those are for alignment. Tabs for indentation. Alright, I need a better example. This will work, right? Spaces for alignment, tabs for indentation, tab for indentation, spaces for alignment. So let's say I have vision problems, right? And I need to make the font bigger so I can see stuff better, right? Right? But now, what if I'm still having issues and I need to make the tabs bigger so that I can see stuff? And for some reason, I like to do tabs width of 7. Well, when your tabs are indentation and your spaces are alignment, your code doesn't go all crazy when you start messing with tab widths sizes, right? You see, this is still perfectly lined up. We can even go to a tab width of 1 and everything is still perfectly lined up. We can go to something weird like 6. Everything's still lined up and looks perfectly fine, right? That's what the real argument is about it. Or I shouldn't say the real argument. But that's the thing everybody misses in it. And like people complaining about, well, the file size is smaller when you use tabs. Who gives a shit? I am holding 512 gigabytes on a finger. Gigabytes. And you're bitching about bits. Or not bits, about bytes. Like, what the hell? Yeah, we have... Yeah, Danny, I'm in the USA, specifically Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That's not a secret. So yes, we have Labor Day here. Didn't realize even better. Yeah. I thought you just do open source maintenance stuff. No. Pigeon is all personal, free time, passion project stuff. My day job just pays the bills, and I do part-time contracting so that I can spend as much time as possible on Pigeon. That I've specifically designed my career, whatever you want to call it, for that. Oh, sure, of course. Of course, I find it me. I don't know where the Twitch clip is. I'd have to find it, but there's the YouTube short. You bitch about bytes? Well, yeah, you've got to deal with, like, MTUs and shit. Most people do not have to deal with MTUs. Excuse me. Like tinker with other language, even if... Yeah, for sure. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't go and play with a bunch of languages. What I'm saying is you shouldn't be a language elitist. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you pick stuff up so you can use it in Python. I figured it allow you to communicate with people doing other yeah, by all means. Like, that's the thing, right? The thing is, they're tools, right? And it's for you to better understand how to do things and get your job done. But, like, you don't see anybody going like, I only use a hammer. I don't like screwdrivers, right? Like, that doesn't exist. But when someone's like, I only use real languages like Rust. I don't use Python. Right? You're like, huh? Like, yeah, okay. You were in Chippewa Falls this weekend for a wedding? Nice. I'm assuming you mean Chippewa Falls. Or is there a Chippewa, Wisconsin? I don't know about. Technically, my contract says I cannot say what company I work for. It is not a FANG company. It's a local company. But for whatever reason, my contract says I can't tell people where I work for. Yeah, the Falls. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Well, Korth, if you're ever around Milwaukee, hit me up. All right. That's where we're doing the icon stuff. All right, so next up, we got to do 256. But the thing is, like, a job's just a job, right? Like, it just like everything else, you know, it's whatever. It's fine. It's not a big deal. All right, like, oh, but you should work at Google. You have the experience. No, I don't want to work at Google. I have no desire to work at Google. Or any of the FANG companies, but you could make so much money. Yeah, and I could also, you know, do better things to hate myself. Like, I could go eat a big plate full of poutine. I'm going to feel much better about myself than I am after working at Google. Also, poutine is delicious, but, you know, you got to eat it in moderation. Because otherwise, yeah, you put on weight, just like I have. 96 looks next. But I don't know. There's so many, and I'm not trying to criticize anybody or anything, but there's so many young developers that get hung up in the, well, you could make so much money if you worked for so and so. There's so much more to the job than the money you make, right? You know it well as a Montrealer. Nice. Like, could I be making more money even as a contractor? Sure. But I live okay right now, right? I could stand to make a little bit more money, but I'm okay, right? I'm not exactly where I want to be financially, but it's fine. Things are a little bit more stressful at the moment because just number of unexpected expenses, stuff like that, right? But, like, you know, like, I don't, like, I'm going to say something that might set people off, but it's all right. Like, I'm not contributing to apartheid, right? The company I work for is not contributing to apartheid. Right? So, that's cool. Where, like, I'm sure you all just heard about the sit-in at Microsoft, at the Azure office, right? And, like, how do you reconcile that when you work there, right? I don't have to do that. I don't want to need to do that. Yeah, so a bunch of former employees for Azure, soft Azure sit-in. Did I spell that right? 4 hours ago, Microsoft fires 4 employees after protests, break-in, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you can search for it yourself. So, the like VP or president of Azure or something has been dodging questions employees have had about what Azure's doing to stop supporting Israel. So they did a sit-in in his office, and apparently they got fired now. Which, maybe they got severance, maybe they didn't. I don't know. I don't know how unemployment works for getting fired for doing a sit-in. Maybe somebody else knows. I don't. You went to college in Minnesota, so up that way. Oh, cool, cool. As long as you can pay your bills, you care more about work-life balance and such. Yeah, exactly, Roman Empire. Exactly. Okay, I'm missing stuff here. Chorus also said, I've used all the main languages, Java, Python, JavaScript, TypeScript, Go, Rust, and every time it was never your choice in the business choices. Or it was the business choices, like you said, use the tool available. Exactly, right? Like, people get on this, like, ridiculousness of, like, this language is more superior. Like, all right, well, have fun finding jobs in just that language then, right? I was curious what we've used to make TUIs. Thinking you might try and make one here soon for Linux. People saying Rust is the way. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different stuff out there. There's cursors, there's not cursors, there's libgnt, which we kind of, sort of still maintain. So Finch, the command line, the TUI interface for libpurple, is built in a custom UI toolkit that was modeled after GTK2. But we don't really want to maintain that because nobody that actively works on Pigeon actually used Finch or libgnt. But I mean, there's tons of options out there. That, or I don't know, Togglebit here on Twitch has his own TUI library for Rust called Ananthem, something like that. There's some bubble something for Go that a lot of people really enjoy. There's tons of options out there, right? I mean, just go look, figure out one you want to use, and go from there. No worries, I mostly talk to lawyers beforehand. I'm missing context. Oh, the Microsoft guys. Yeah. Yeah, didn't I say Anathema? Okay, yeah. Yeah, whatever. Is there too many options? I don't know. Right? I'd rather have more options than not enough. That's just me. Maybe then I wouldn't have to keep writing stuff. Okay, we don't have a 32 by 32 icon for some reason, but sure. Oh, yeah, this is 24 by 24. Save. Replace. Then we've got 16 by 16, and that should be it. Did you learn about... now you've got me questioning how to say it. Anathema? Togglebit, are you here? How the hell do I say the name of your project? Sometimes he likes to idle in here before his day starts. How about I join here and hear mention of Anathema? Nice. Yeah, like I said, like, even though Togglebit writes Rust, and I don't really care for Rust, I have no problems with Togglebit. I have no problem that he writes Rust, right? My problem with Rust is the Rust evangelisms, because they have been nothing but a thorn in my side. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, I have no problem promoting the stuff he works on. That's fine, cool. I haven't used it, but I'll tell you about it. I don't know. Whatever, right? Like, toggles love it? Yeah, I agree. Very much agree. Anathema. Okay, I will try to remember that. All right, so... Oh, I gotta put that in scalable, too. SVG to scalable apps. Okay. Think I got it there? Yeah, the problem is remembering it. Anathema. Because tomorrow I'm probably not going to remember it. You think of it as Anathema? That's roughly what I said earlier. Who knows? Who knows? Toggle knows. At least I hope Toggle knows. Okay, I'm very confused now, but whatever. Where's the icon for this? Well, actually, I think it just pulls it from that. Well, we gotta update all this for the release. Or actually, not all of it. We just have to update the stuff that's not ours. The stuff that's already ours should be updated. Okay, yeah, I guess it just grabs the icon from here, which is fine. Okay. Im.pigeon.pigeon3. Oh, I was like, it should definitely have hits. What the hell? Yeah, I'm sure he won't care how it's pronounced, but I would still prefer to say it the way that it's supposed to be said. Right? Like, I don't want to intentionally mispronounce it, right? Like, I'm not trying to be an ass. I'm trying actively to not be an ass is more appropriate. Alright, I think we're fine here. Nope, yeah, I guess that's not going to do much for us here. HG branch, which branch are we on? G branch, new icon. Import our new icon, new application icon from the one and only Billy Bonds. I gotta make sure I spelled that right. Oh, I can just cheat. Like, literally cheat. It's been a while since you had to commit. I don't have to try? Maybe. Did Hilke not actually ever commit anything? There we go. Okay. HY Hilke Bonds. I'm just like, come on. Okay. This isn't necessarily, necessarily final, but we figured we'd add it and try it out for a while. It's going all right. Late start because body decided it was nap time. You know how that goes. Getting old. Oh, yeah. $41.37. Dusting. Oh, I didn't even compile. Like, this shouldn't matter, but I'm at least calling the turtles. Until work to piss off about 3:30 and took a nap. I wish I had done that. So I woke up to production being on fire. We still don't know what happened. I don't know. Kafka got behind. We're not sure why. But whatever. I finally got into the office at 3. I normally start at 1. I woke up at 11:30 took a pee, grabbed my laptop, and started investigating what was happening in Broad. And eventually at 2:30, I'm like, I got nothing. I'm gonna finish getting ready and go into the office. My boss is like, yeah, I don't know, maybe it'll catch up. We'll see what happens. And he didn't say anything to me before I left at 5:30. So who knows? I'm just realizing I should have maybe. Yeah. I thought our review board was supposed to get better with this, but I guess not. Oh, this SVG looks very clean. Okay. There's a tool we use. I forget what it's called for cleaning SVGs. But it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of nonsense in here. He's been using Figma for this. So, seems fine. I guess I can upload the image itself, though, because review board doesn't want to show it. And I'm guessing if I click on one of these, it's just going to take me to the... Yeah. So, let's add a file, browse, Pigeon data, icons, high color, we'll just grab 128. The new logo, the new app icon. Not necessarily a logo. It's the application icon. Okay. SV Go, huh? I don't, that's a question? What? Oh, for tools. I don't remember what it was. It wasn't too long ago. Or VG cleanup. Search for SVG. Scour. Scour is what we used. Ugh. You're doing half days of work. You have the liberty to arrange your time at work. I'm part-time at work. I'm contractually obligated to only have 20 hours a week. And I don't even normally hit 20 hours. But yeah, so I typically work Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. I will like check email and stuff Tuesday and Friday. And then, you know, if something's broken or something, I'll go in. Or not necessarily go in, but, you know, remote in, fix stuff, blah, blah, blah. All right. Should be contractually obligated to only 20 hours of work per week. Yeah. So the thing was, when they brought me on, they didn't have enough money to bring somebody on full-time, which is fine because I don't want full-time. So, like, I told them 10 hours a week because that would have worked back then, but now I need more hours or more pay. But yeah, so they capped me at 20 hours because of, you know, how much it costs and stuff like that. So, and yeah. Well, considering I put in like 20 hours a week at work and like 30 or more on Pigeon a week, yeah, I understand where you're coming from too. Oh, I was going to gmail.com/u/1. Nope. Oh, it's mail.google.com, isn't it? Yeah. Nope. What the fuck? Oh, mail.google.com/u/whatever. Jesus. I just want to get to the email so I can send this to Hilke. Or Hilk. He told me how to say it, and it's just, you know, memory, man, it sucks. You should be working your day job right now, but you're sitting here designing a flat pack bar stool for your side hustle. I read flat pack and I instantly thought you meant the Linux packaging format. 20-hour a week job would be perfect for you. Money and being able to recover. Yeah, yeah. Like, I I, like many software developers and just people in general, but specifically software developers and DevOps people, have put in way too many hours over the years, right? And you get burned out and stuff and blah, blah, blah. And so now the part-time thing's fine. Pigeon's my passion project. I get to spend a whole lot of time on it. We will maybe actually get a release out within 10 years of me taking it over. Well, maybe we'll get an alpha. So those that don't know, in January of 2016 is when I took the project over. At last count, that's about 3 months away. So, or 10 years of the 10-year anniversary of that is about 3 months away. And I am very much so happy to get to an alpha before then. What we're trying to do with the alpha is say that the API is stable enough for third-party developers to start working on plugins. And I think we're close, but it's hard. The ticket stuff and everything that we have tracking it, we're not going to hit what we originally decided for that, but we'll see how we get there. But yeah, you have no work at the moment, so I got to make the side hustle happen. Yeah, that's always a hard one too. I need to find more clients too. It's not that I necessarily think this client's going to go away, but there's some stuff that's making me go, I need to have some backups, some little jobs here and there that can maybe become more, stuff like that. Right. That's needs to become a thing. But all my free time's been going into Pigeon, so that hasn't happened. All right. Flat pack bar stool. Oh. That makes more sense. It's all CNC'd. Yeah, okay. I was like, what the fuck does a flat pack, whatever? And I'm like, oh, I've done 3D puzzles like that. Right there, you're trying to develop a product or two at the moment. It's not exactly something you can earn off of before you have something pretty decent. Yeah, yeah. I mean, and like, we're not going to earn anything off of Pigeon. We have in the 27 years of Pigeon's existence, soon to be 28. It's never made money, right? But that's not necessarily a big deal. Number one, it's an open source project. It's not supposed to have a business plan, right? But more importantly, nobody in the existence of online chat has ever turned a profit. AOL, Yahoo, MSN, ICQ, Beeper, sorry, Hotline, Mail.ru, QQ, I can't even think of who else, right? I mean, Beeper's trying real hard. Beeper has a like a super user plan that you can spend $50 a month on for Beeper. And it's just like, oh, yikes. Good luck with that one. I don't think you're going to get a whole lot of people biting on that. just going to throw that out there. You can figure out one or two more things on it. You should, or it should just snap together. Maybe use old wood glue to hold it together. Yeah. I don't know. A couple screws or something wouldn't hurt either. Wood screws. Screws made of wood. Or just dowels. Dowels. All the dowels. Dowels. Not dowels. Dowel. Cannot pronunciate today. That's for sure. All right. What about, oh, Slack, Discord. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Just blanking. Difference is they're not open source, but does Mattermost make money? I don't think Mattermost does. But Slack, so Discord makes, is Discord actually profitable? I don't know that we know that Discord's profitable. And Slack, they're a private company too, so we don't necessarily know anything, right? I don't think we don't know anything of their numbers or anything. But like, Slack got big and then Microsoft released Teams and gave it away for free, right? So, yep. And Signal, Signal's a non-profit, I think, too. Yes, words are hard. It has slots instead of dolls. It's literally made to snap. Yeah, I know. I was trying to be funny, man. I failed in every way possible because you're questioning what I even said. You've been working in open source for decades. What is the biggest lessons you've learned about keeping a project alive for so long? I don't know. You just keep working on it. Like, it's open source. You do what you want, right? Like, if I didn't want to work on Pigeon, I wouldn't. But like, if your question is like, how do I keep it alive so that other people contribute? The answer is, I don't know. We would have more contributors if I did know. But maybe if we move to Git, the contributor fairy will drop off some contributors for us. Then everybody will be happier. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is just don't be an ass, right? And go from there. But when people come at me all hostile with stupid shit like, you need to move to Git, I am not going to back down from them. I'm going to tell them to shut the fuck up and laugh in their faces and then block them. Mattermost is making money? Interesting. Oh yeah, Telegram too, but yeah. Discord has been profitable from time to time, but they're trying to move toward IPO, so they're doing everything they can to start turning profits, yeah. Yeah, and at that point, maybe Revolt will kick in. Revolt is an open source clone of Discord. Revolt, Discord. Yep. Text channels done right. Like, I feel attacked. No. But yeah, like one of the big problems Slack has, at least for like non-corporate things, is there's no moderation in Slack. There's none. It's like, it's a real pain. Like users can't block each other. Yeah. Still remember before it was called Pigeon? Yes, when it was called Game. And it looked like this. Do we have screenshots on here? We do. My mouse is on it. Yep. And King Ant used to have Chucky from Rugrats as his avatar. Windows port. Ooh. But yeah. So Revolt is something I should probably play with at some point. Oh, this is no, I don't. Do they? I wanted support. I don't know if anybody started reverse engineering this. All right, source code. Hey, like I thought it was open source. Yeah, I guess we don't have to reverse engineer it. But yeah. So, ooh, self-hosted Revolt. Let's go. The license on this. I don't know. Oh, because I'm not. I'm at the project page, or I'm at the whatever, the organization page, not the mono repo with MongoDB. Never mind, I'm not deploying this. I've not had good experience with MongoDB. I do not want to touch anything using Mongo. What the fuck is the license? Okay, MIT apparently. That makes sense. Mattermost went the government road, U.S. Air Force, NASA, Space Force. That's why they're making revenue growth. Yeah, that's what Matrix did in Europe. They got a lot of governmental contracts for Matrix, stuff like that. Yeah, Revolt is supposed to be a re-implementation of Discord, or an open source version of Discord. All right. So, one of my goals for this week is to finish getting the accounts API, or getting accounts serialized with the Seagull backend, because one of the things I want to put in the State of the Bird for August is that we got rid of xmlnode.ch, which is some of our oldest files in the code base. and manually handling XML parsing. Well, we're not manually handling it, but we're directly interfacing with libxml2. Oop, right? And I don't believe anything else includes this, but let's see. XML node.h. Account private, util. Oh, yeah. I don't think anything's. Oh, no, I think some stuff is still using the. We have to look at that. And then, yeah, that should be it. Is anybody using the stuff in util, though? Read from config file. Accounts. Just accounts. Okay, cool. Yep. Nope. I want a util. No. Yeah, okay. So it's just the accounts that's still using the XML node stuff. And I've got a bunch of this already started. Just need to get finished. So if we can get it merged in right away, then... all right, so we need to finish building this. I was trying to get it done ahead of time, but then I decided to work on the HD home run protocol plugin. But the account manager backend, I got a bunch of it started. We need to get it finished. So I think we're gonna go jump to that now. Because once that's done and the unit tester built and stuff, and then merged, then we can push Pigeon to use it, and then we can delete all of the XML node and the stuff from util and stuff like that, which is amazing. So yeah. I think you need a couple of big whales to your production with the professional support to make a living off passion projects. Yeah, for sure, for sure. There are a couple other places to go and get grants and stuff that I need to look into, but the bigger problem too is with Pigeon 3's development have been in limbo for so long, it's hard to get anybody to support you, right? Because all everybody wants to talk about when they talk about chat is, do you do end-to-end encryption? And I'm like, nobody else does what we do. And we are planning on end-to-end encryption, but it's going to take time before we get to that point, right? Like, because we have to fix all of, I don't want to say fix, but I'm going to say fix, but we have to fix all the sins of the past. And we've gotten through most of them, right? But this whole XML node stuff is one of those quote unquote sins of the past we're getting close to being done with, but we're not even there yet, right? But we're getting there. How's it going, Zenesis? Am I close on that? Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, so I got a branch starting all this. I think the migration stuff I have. Migration docs. This look, okay, yeah, that's fine. There's no changes there, cool. It wasn't like the files changed on disk. Do you want to update, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So, rebase my Steve to full, and keep branches. Let's rebase that right away. All right, then we want to go to account manager SQL backend. Keep branches. So SQL, for those of you who don't know, is we wrote a helper API around SQLite because the SQLite API is a challenge. And we were going to end up writing utility functions for a lot of this anyways. So instead of it just living in our code base, we put it into its own library. SQL doesn't force you, but it very much encourages you to use prepared statements with named parameters. And the regular SQLite API is all available and everything's compatible, but SQL is going to try to force you in, not force, but it's going to very strongly suggest that you do things that way. And that was the point. And to give us an API that was more what we're kind of expecting and that kind of stuff, or what our other libraries and stuff are. So it just fits in better. And then doesn't have to have a whole bunch of code that feels way different. But it does stuff for binding G objects into SQL statements, pulling them out of SQL results, stuff like that, which we were going to have to write helpers for anyways, because doing it all manually every time sucks and is stupid. You really love my perspective of not working for big tech. You're just starting out programming. How would I suggest a beginner can contribute to Pigeon or help out? So the first thing about open source, and I thought I had a clip for this, but maybe I don't, is like find it depends on what your goals are with open source, right? So like if your goal is you want to get practice as a developer, just go find something you use, find a bug in it or find a bug that's bothering you or you keep running into, or a feature you want to add, and figure out how to add it and see it through, right? That's a great way to get started, right? And you can even put that in a portfolio for a job interview and stuff like that. Be like, yeah, I use this program a lot, I like it, I kept hitting bugs in it, so I went and fixed them. Here's the pull request where I fixed them and they got merged, right? That's a great conversation, or a great thing to talk about during an interview. But if you're looking for something like more long-term or something, again, you're going to want to find something you really like, because like there's tons of open. Josh Bressers, who's actually also in Wisconsin, just had a blog post. It's probably easier to find on Lobsters. About most open source projects are just one developer, and the whole thing that keeps these open source projects working are these people working on it, right? But what ends up happening is they end up having to do a lot of the what I want to say, a lot of the boring work. Let's go with that. The boring and tedious stuff. But if somebody comes along and fixes that's huge for them, right? Or even if it's just a matter of like finding and correcting documentation, that can be huge too, right? But the thing is, every project's different on how all of that works. Now, most projects will have this documented, but if you want to get a better idea of it, stuff like that, I would recommend you go and read Forging Your Future in Open Source. Sure, we'll give this link rather than the Amazon one. This is a good book. I got a beta copy of it. She didn't have it all done and stuff like that. I don't know if I haven't read it since then. Read it or not, you know, whatever. There's a whole lot of great information in here on just like the general aspects of how open source works and the different approaches different projects take and stuff like that. But again, if you're just looking for something quick or whatever, just go and find the projects, right? So like in Pigeon, we have a couple pages for this. Where is it? It's under development, contributing, right? So we have this doc, which just gives you some ideas and stuff like this. And most of this will apply to any project, right? So triage the issue tracker, try to reproduce bugs, find, mark, and close duplicates, suggest patches be turned into pull requests, help users participate in the community via chat rooms or whatever, proofread and submit corrections to documentation, or just, you know, open bugs for the documentation. But don't be like every single typo, open a separate ticket, you know, make it actionable. Help facilitate translations. This is specifically for us, converting our legacy wiki into Markdown. This needs to be updated because we're changing that. This I think we actually have mostly done. But you know, I guess this is still, well, there's help users and then there's just participate in discussions. But then, you know, so these are all things that you don't need to be a developer for, right? You don't have to write any code for any of this. But for the developers, find and fix build warnings, find and fix bugs on your own or the issue tracker, right? Like I said, you find a bug you run into, whatever. Participate in design discussions, think of a cool feature, add it, right? As a pull request, so on, whatever. Or just even just look at reviews, right? Help the project out by going through code reviews, right? And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff here, blah, 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 how to contribute code. But then we also have a full-blown contributor guide, which walks you through how to actually do code contributions. And this will probably get updated at some point. There's some stuff that's missing in here and some stuff that needs to be done. But there's tons of ways to go, right? Like, it's so much of it is like a lot of projects do things on their own. You can argue that, oh, well, all these projects on GitHub are the same. Yeah, kind of. Just because a project's on GitHub doesn't mean that they, number one, accept pull requests on GitHub. And number two, doesn't mean that their issues are tracked in GitHub, which are kind of two of the main ways to contribute to an open source project. So like people will be like, well, the Linux kernel is on GitHub, right? Or where is it? Linux kernel, GitHub. Oh, Torvalds Linux. All right. Okay. So, yep. Cool. Yep. Yep. Why are people actually putting pull requests in here? Oh, he didn't actually start using GitHub now, did he? I don't think so. Only 1,200 pull requests. That seems weird. But like, issues are turned off. You don't do issues here, right? But then people will be like, well, GTK and glib are here, but it says read-only mir, right? And they have their own contribution process and everything that goes under GitLab, right? 0 pull request. There, more specifically, look at GTK here. Oop, that's not GTK. Right? No pull request, no issues, read-only mir, blah, 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 right? Yeah. They get a stock message because you can't turn off PRs and okay, gotcha. Oh, and then the whatever that are closed are people that have actually closed them because you can't do anything there, whatever. Okay, yeah. Cool. Right. So like every project's their own way. They do things how they want, and that's fine, right? This is the other thing that just drives me nuts when people are like, well, so-and-so's on GitHub, and then you look and it's like, yeah. I mean, their code's there. But that's not where they actually do any of their work. So, yeah. Like, it is what it is. Now known as Azure Tools 2.0. No. They got to copy OpenAI, so it's going to be 2 lowercase o. or maybe it's a squared 0, right? That's not going to get me there, is it? Yeah, so would you believe this? There are emojis for HD, high res, whatever, ultra HD, VOD and stuff. There's no emoji for HD. There's even one for 3D, but not for high definition. There's no 1080p, there's no 720p. When I was adding the badge for the HD badge, I wanted to use one of these. So like that, you have to give a mnemonic when you create a badge in Purple 3, and the reason for the mnemonic is for text interfaces. So I was trying to find an emoji that was HD, but now it's just uppercase H because, yeah. But yeah, I can't, what is the hell's that? It's like superscript 2. Nope. I guess that's the only one. Not found. Superscript. Nope. Whatever. I have no idea what any of the AI stuff costs. I don't use any of it. I just, yeah. I have no desire to do anything with any of it. So I do not know the cost of any of it. There's another article that was out today about people tricking, was it ChatGPT or something, getting it to break its, like safeguards by just using really long run-on sentences. You can get it to like tell you how to build a bomb and other stuff like that. And it's just like, yep, this sounds about right. Like, here we go. I figured out the shares are public. Do you mean like when people are sharing their responses or something? I haven't done anything with any AI since ChatGPT 3 came out, and I spent like an hour playing around with what it could do for pigeon and purple stuff. And when I realized the answer was nothing good, I've never gone back to it. Because like I've got better things to do than to correct a AI, quote unquote. You can share conversations and they end up being cached, so you can end up tricking it into giving you shared conversations from others. Lovely, lovely. And that thing's gonna take my job. Yep, sounds about right. Oh, I need to finish that. I did start this, but I didn't finish it. All right, where are we here? So we have tests, account man, Seagull backend. Where did I get with the test for this? Oh, so I created the backend as a test. Woo! Oh, right, and then I started writing all the queries and stuff. So this pull request is getting pretty big already. Yep. Okay, so I didn't do the insert properties query yet. Okay, we got to fix that. I did insert settings. Yeah. You love AI, someone who's good at taking legacy and messy code, then sorting it out. AI looks to be giving you a lot of work in the future. That is fair. I mean, if that's something you enjoy doing, then yes, I can see you enjoying AI very much so. I, however, have been doing that for a long time, and we're almost done. I'm looking forward to a reprieve. Enjoy it? No. Good at and made a career from it? Yes. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I'm in a similar boat, but I need a reprieve from it. So here, what I mean by that, and again, I've got a whole blog post on this. I'll share the blog post in a minute. But right. So we saw earlier, Pigeon's currently 15,000 lines of C. Right. libpurple. This is Purple 3 and Pigeon 3. It's 44,000 lines, and the protocols, we're rewriting all the protocols, so that's all really low, right? And the protocols combined are 5,000 right now, right? But if you look at Pigeon 2, this is going to include libpurple and the protocols. Remember, this was like 45,000 lines of code, 141,000. And then Pigeon is 86,000. So, yeah. do. Huh. Do. Okay. But yeah, so yeah. Oh, all right. We got an ad started. I gotta go pee. I gotta get water. I'll be back in a minute. So the random Ruby files is actually a tool Hilke built for converting like a sprite sheet into individual files. Why he did it that way, I don't know. But that's what it was. But yeah, I mean, our code base has historically had TCL or Tickle and Perl as well because of the plugin loaders. Yeah. Okay, I'm only doing half that because I just got this. All right, so we're gonna finish that query. So I think the other queries are okay. Oh, that's what we wanted. All right, so under account manager backend, under Seagull. So the migrations right now, there's only 2 tables in this. I don't think we need anything else. So we bounced around a lot trying to decide if we were gonna do like a key file for the accounts or database. We're just going with the database because we have Seagull now, but we have pluggable databases, so we can change this at any time. It's not a big deal. And the account settings, I think this is okay. We'll see. The whole point of building this all in unit test is basically we're going to tell Purple to start using it, and then it'll go. Or tell Pigeon to start using it, and then it'll go, and then we'll be done. The caveat though is we're not going to do any migration. So anybody that has accounts will have to recreate them. Sorry. Right. Before we do Pigeon 3 final, we'll have something to migrate from Pigeon 2. But the development of Pigeon 3, it's development, sorry. Right? Like, I can't spend all this time trying to go through every single iteration we had of everything and then trying to make a conversion for it. That's just not a good use of time. But even then, like, importing from Pigeon 2, maybe we try to pull in some of your account, like, okay, so your XMPP and your IRCs, sure. And maybe for other protocols, I don't know, right? It's just one of those things where it's like, this is gonna get dumb, but we'll see. But anyways, we're just gonna start here. So this is gonna become insert properties. So we're doing upserts for everything. All right, an upsert is we try to insert, and if there's a conflict, then we instead do an update, right? So it's an update insert. What the? Why are you freaking out, Sublime Text? What the hell? All right, so it's an update insert, right? And upsert, yay! That's what you call them. So. We want Seagull migrations. Well, that's what we wanted. We want to resource Seagull migration. Yep. This is working shitty. But so the only thing, the uniqueness on an account is just the account ID. Insert into account. Account ID, name. Username's going away soon. We're not quite there yet. Oh no, this username, yeah, this username is still going away soon. Contact ID, contact display name, contact alias, contact color, contact email, contact phone number. It's almost like there's a lot of fields here. Contact time zone, contact note, contact SID, contact favorites, contact external, require password. We should probably like sort these, but whatever, it's fine. User info, that's probably gonna go away. We'll figure that out at some point. Enabled, remember, password, protocol ID, air domain, air code, error message, presence primitive, presence emoji, presence message. So obviously you can see we store a lot more about accounts than we used to. So that's a thing. Yep. So there's a whole lot of stuff. Yeah. So like p pigeon build conf pigeon 3. So the XML file, we don't have passwords in here anymore. Right. So like we used to just have the ID, or the ID of the accounts is a new thing. That's not even in Purple 2. The protocol, we have that protocol ID. The name, this is a new thing, but we have that now too. Require password, whether or not it's enabled, and then the settings object, right? That's pretty much it. But now we keep track of so much more data because we want to represent things. One of the things we're trying to do in Pigeon 3 is if you start the program up, it'll look like when it was last opened, even if you're not online. So rather than like a bunch of stuff get filled in once you connect back to the server, which would be weird, and like, you know, have missing icons and stuff, like a web page that didn't load right, we're caching all that stuff. We're caching all that data so that we can show it immediately. And then, you know, if we update it, cool, whatever, right? But like instead of it like being nothing and then turning into an icon, or, you know, whatever, that kind of stuff. That's why we have all these extra things. So it's a little bit much, but it's okay. Username, contact ID. This feels like it's not right, but we'll see. Contact, display name, contact alias, contact. So this is where Seagull forces you to use the name parameters, right? Otherwise, like, you know, a lot of people with their SQL prepare statements would use the question marks, and that just gets annoying and tedious, especially when you have lots of columns, because then you have to keep track of them and how many question marks do I have and whatever. Now instead I'm looking at a name. So when I decide that we're going to get rid of the username field here, we just delete this from here, and then we find it here, we delete it from here, right? Rather than having to like keep track. And then, you know, we're going to not bind the username parameter. I don't have to like go and figure out which SQLite 3 bind command we're using or function we're using to bind it, and then readjust all of the other indices, because you have to do it by a number-based index and stuff like that. And just, we don't have to do any of that. It makes it much easier. Contact time zone, contact note, contact SID, contact favorite, forgot the colon, contact external, require password, user info, enabled, remember password, protocol ID, error domain, error code, error message, presence primitive, presence emoji, presence message. We're not done yet by any means. The only problem with the upserts is we have to do everything 3 times. Set name equals shit. All right. I'm like, did I put a space or not? I don't know. Username equals contact ID equals contact display name equals contact alias equals color equals contact email equals. But this is better than doing separate query stuff like this, right? We just let SQLite do the magic. Right? So try to insert, oh, it failed, okay, well, update, right? Rather than going, hey SQL, do you have an account for this? No, okay, let me update, or let me insert. Yes, okay, let me update, right? This is just one thing and it goes. So you know what, I can probably just do this. Yep, that's a little faster. Oop. And before someone, you should write a Vim macro for this. Like, I don't know. I can do it pretty fast. You should have AI do this. AI would make just as many typos as I do, I'm sure. Or maybe not. I am one of the world leaders when it comes to typos, at least according to Twitch chat. Alright, that should do it. Yay! Now we have our upsert for accounts. Woo! Ugh. So, purple G resource. Insert properties. Oh, one of, I thought I was the president of that club. Hey, I was trying to be modest, okay? Amount of times you type GURP and not grep in a day? Yeah. And if you did it on Twitch, they would be like, typo on line 275. It's just like, dude, the computer's going to tell me, chill out. GURP or SL? Yeah. What? You mean you weren't trying to see a steam locomotive animate across your screen? And for those of you that have literally no idea what I'm talking about, steam locomotive. Yes, that is a package that is in Debian. So that when you typo ls, it shows a steam locomotive slowly go across your screen. All right, so we got all that stuff. That's all there. Cool. I think we're gonna red green this a bit. Oh fuck. How do we do this now? Oh man. All right, let's do this. Counts C. Counts sync accounts. Accounts to XML node. Yeah. Also, I don't know why this stuff got put here and not like in the protocols. Like the protocol startups should be like, hey, we migrated your setting, but it's just, yeah. It's is what it is. Okay, so parse settings. This reads through that. That's fine. Okay, maybe I do want to look at save. There used to be a command in FreeSwitch that did SL basically. It was done for a console demo. Nice. I don't know where this function is anymore. Oh, it's in purple account. We moved it to here for, oh, because everything's private. Oh, settings was just a G hash table. Okay. That's fine. Right, so where's the load happen for this too? So settings are dynamic. That's the word I'm looking for. And that's where it gets weird. but when we create accounts, so parse settings, let's come back to that in a second. So do we do any checking of this directly? We use read settings. We just go through each setting, then we call parse settings. Okay. Let me grab that. We look at the name, type, setting, string. Huh. Yeah, so this is dumb, right? So this doesn't actually validate it against the protocol, which is good. Because I wasn't sure how we are going to do this. Yeah. So the problem is the account settings get defined by a protocol or what settings are available. And it looks like the serialization and deserialization just does not care what's actually valid or not. It's just going to load it and put it in place. And that's fine, right? Like this isn't like some security issue or anything like that. That's none of that matters. So yeah. Okay. So we're just going to load that into that hash table and we're just going to write it out, and that's fine. It's a little weird and shitty, but it's okay. So, all right. Ugh. Mod Cluchu. Actually, I think I've seen that. The Toyota Masashi's famous steam locomotive command for FreeSwitch. Nice. Oh, yeah, and like it announces ClueCon or something too, right? Actually, where did the whole clue stuff come from with FreeSwitch? Is it on the board game / movie, or is it just like get a clue, or I don't know. Get a clue? Okay. All right. So count settings don't really matter per se, which is fine. Oh, it's going to matter for serialization, though. Oh. We're going to have to expose part of this for the back end. ClueCon actually existed before Free... Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that. Interesting. I thought it was FreeSwitch's conference. Meant as a direct result of events at the first ClueCon. Nice. Was it Mark's fault? Something tells me it was. Yes. I don't know. I've only met Mark once. He seems fine, but I haven't worked with him in a development sense. Yeah, that's fine. Save the rest for later. Tell me later. Not publicly. Oh, there was something else we could work on tonight, but we're going to get through this. I'm still adjusting to having the Stream Deck and having everything so close. So one of the Nina Chat developers was working on, because I asked them, was working on getting Talk working with Nina Chat. Talk is the old AIM protocol. But so they gave me a patch of what they had so far. We need to try to finish that up at some point. We'll probably do that next week. Also, you'll see I have this Mason workspace here. I need to finish this. I have a simple bug fix for Mason, but they want unit tests, and the unit tests are taking me forever to write, mostly because I'd rather write Pigeon. So I haven't written the unit test for it yet. They're like, this could go into Mason 1.9.1 if it has unit tests. And I'm like, yeah, or you guys could have not written the bug. The bug is real, Tom. It's a -1+1. And it was an oversight. And they didn't write unit tests when they wrote it either. So I'm just like, I know. We'll get there. Just haven't gotten there yet. All right, I think what we're going to do for this, which is silly, we're not going to do it yet, though, but we have account private, account private.h, and what we'll do for the meantime, is we'll do purple account get settings, which will give you a hash table of the settings. The rough idea for account settings, so like one of the reasons the username is going away is a username is a normal default setting for an account. All right, it's just a normal property. The thing is, a lot of protocols don't call usernames. And I know that sounds weird, but like on IRC, they're called nicks or nicknames, right? A lot of protocols, you put in an email address, right? So they're going to prompt you for an email, stuff like that. So the thing is, what we're going to do is we're just getting rid of the username property entirely. We're getting rid of user splits entirely too, because user splits were just, I mean, it's debatable on how useful they were. I find them more tedious than anything. But the idea is all settings for accounts, aside from the name of the account, which the user will be able to, it's just a free form only displayed to you. You'll be able to name it whatever. So, you know, it can be work effing sucks. It can be your account name, right? And it's your work account. We don't care. It's not going to be displayed publicly anywhere, except in like error messages and stuff. So you have to be careful. But then that way, by having everything else separated out, or the account settings are going to get changed to, there'll probably be G objects for better or worse, but there'll be basic ones, you know, ints, booleans, string list, strings, and then they'll have a property for a priority so you can sort them. We might group them. I don't know. But the main thing will be there'll be a priority so you can control the order of them, and then or maybe we'll call it a weight. I don't know. And then there'll also be advanced or not. So we're still going to do the general and advanced tab, but then it'll work that way. And maybe we'll do settings for like global buddy icon, stuff like that too, because like that gets weird too. So that's the rough idea, rough game plan going forward. And, you know, it's one of those things where I could sit here and try to plan it out and do all that stuff, or that's the rough idea. We'll try to implement it and see what happens. Oh, good. Did I get rid of buddy icon path? I meant to get rid of buddy icon path. Yeah, it's good. Okay. That stuff's going to be coming real soon. Actually, there's a bunch of people here. I'm going to pose a weird question to all of you, and maybe somebody knows the answer. Does anybody know how like a typical cache, or like a disk cache is built, right? So like a browser cache or something like that, right? And I think everything is keyed off of like the source URL / whatever, right? But like what a lot of these caches will end up doing is they'll like break down the hash into multiple separate bytes because there's directory limits and file limits on file systems and stuff, right? So like say I had we'll just use MD5 because screw it, whatever, right? Echo ABC123 pipe MD5, right? So this would be like this would be the whole name of the file, right? So in the cache there'd be this, but before this there'd be a directory like 2C, then 2C, 6C, and then under that we would have the whole file name, right? Specifically about this kind of stuff, like, is this all this is it just a hash of the requested file name and then it gets broken down for this pretty much? Okay. Like this is what I assumed it was, but like I've never tested it, I've never looked at an implementation, so I don't know. Is there a reason, like, would you go more in 2 depths, or would you go something more like this and then something like that? Or is this just kind of, you know, whatever? But then the next question becomes, oh, right, there's that option too, right? I'm forgetting about that one, right? So, yeah. And then you have the full name at the end, right? Yeah, okay. You go like 4 dirs deep, and it really depends on how many files you need. Right, and that's the thing. I have no idea, right? I mean, what consumes more spaces? I mean, the directory should only be like 4K tops, right? And you've only got 16 per depth. So it shouldn't be too huge. But what is that? 4 to the 16th? Is that 65,000 already? Oh shit, it's 4 billion. 2 million files in, yeah, well, you can't have 2 million files in one directory is the problem. That's why you have to do this. I can't, or is it this is this setup, isn't it? No, that's wrong, isn't it? Whatever. Oh, okay, it's not order operation. But yeah, so then the next problem is we need to have a database store for this, right? We could potentially use the disk to figure this out. But like, we don't want to sit here and assume that like access time is turned on the file system and stuff like that. And we want to know a source of this. So like on disk, well, like, I suppose we wouldn't even necessarily need to put all this here. We could put it in the database because we need to, the whole reason we're waiting on avatars is we need to get the disk cache figured out. And we need the disk cache because of stuff like custom Twitch emotes and a whole bunch of other stuff. So, you know, do this with PCAPs. Yeah. But yeah, so like anytime an image comes in chat and stuff like that, right? We're going to download it from the server, store it in the disk cache, and then display the downloaded version from the disk cache. Right, so we need to know the source of that. We need to know when we should be deleting stuff like that. So we need all that. I have my math. Oh, right, you're right. Okay, so it's 16 to the 4th. Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, so I was right. I did say 65,000. I was like, why did I get 4 billion? That's wrong. But yeah, all right, cool. Does it improve anything though? You'd persuade yourself. Finally, it looks up the full name anyways. It's not about performance. It's about file system limitations. Because you can only have, I don't know what the limit is anymore, but back in the days of Extended 2, for example, you could only have 32,767 directories in a directory. And the file limit was something similar to that effect. And what'll end up happening is you'll start getting out of space errors because that directory no longer has enough inodes to index the files in that directory. Which I know it's weird and it's funny and stuff, but here, I mean, we can do a quick test too, right? Sure, we should be able to do this. dd if equals dev0 bs equals 1 meg, count equals 1024. We're gonna create a 1 gig file. Out equals bleh. Oh, it's OF. Okay. Make e4, no, mk.e4f, no. I have not done this. It's makefs.ext4. That's what it is. Blah. Okay, so now we have a file system there. Minus o loop blah to t cdt, right? So now we have a file system here. So for I in seq 1 2 what? Whatever. Let's do it this way. 100,000. Do touch $I done. Maybe I should have done ext2. I don't know what the ext4 file system limit is. But the point is, right, we have to work on a whole bunch of different operating systems with a whole bunch of weird different limitations like this stuff. So the directory stuff, it has nothing at all to do with performance, and it's 100% to work with the file system. And ext for how many files in a directory? right? This is the thing. Creation determines the number of inodes, and that's what can limit your, in the end, df minus I switch gives you info. It depends upon the makefs parameters used during the file system creation. Different Linux flavors have different defaults, so it's really impossible to answer question definitively. All right, so I guess we can df minus I it right now and see. Where did I do this? Yeah, okay. So, df minus I dot. So we're at 36% inode use already. So there's 65,536 inodes. So once we exhaust that, we're going to start getting out of space errors. Even though df minus h, we still have plenty of space available. Something like file name SHA-256, current epoch 2 from call ID. We go a few dirs, do basically pseudocode. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, okay. And then do you store those in a database as well with additional information or anything? All right, we're at 58% use. Right, so imagine you've been using a chat client for a very long time, right? Many years, blah, blah, blah. And you're in, like, you've got a bunch of meme channels, bunch of people dropping images, file attachments, avatars, emojis, badges, etc. All that stuff, that adds up over time, right? And you need to account for that, because if you don't account for that, the program's just going to stop running and people are going to be like, what's going on? I don't understand, right? So, you know, as we start, actually, I said, okay, how do you start detecting pressure? Well, it's both, right? It's both. And we'll find out exactly. So this is per the file system, and this is low for the file system because it's a small file system. But there is also a directory in directories limit, but that wouldn't apply here. Or at least there used to be. You have 70 to 100 billion of these. Okay, but do you do anything for pressure to do cleanup? You auto prune at 60 days. Okay. But you don't do anything for detecting pressure. You just prune at 60 days. So that's total inodes, not in a directory. I mean, we can try in a directory and see what happens. Well, whatever. We're doing all this in the file system, and you're right. Like, that's across the entire file system. But well, whatever. We'll experiment and see what's going on. Yep, and there you go. There's a no space left on device, right? That's the error you start getting, and then inode use is 100%. We still have 905 megabytes available to the disk or to the file system. We load balance them across multiple servers. We do monitor for free inodes and storage space. Okay, I mean, obviously we can't do that because this is going to run on everybody's machines. We're not going to monitor every user. Number one, I have no desire to do that. That sounds like a horrible use of my time. Number two, users wouldn't want us to do that. Right? All right. So let's RM05524 or 065524. Make directory T. Oh, actually, here, let's just do this, right? RM minus F 0 star, right? So that's going to clear everything. RM dirt. We're going to do the same test again, but this time we're going to do make dir, and we're going to exhaust much faster. We should exhaust at 32,767 this time, because a directory. The parent directory will have an inode to it, and then the directory will have an inode back to the parent directory. So we should get half as many. We also really avoid the whole fixed number of inodes issue. We cheat and keep the stuff on ZFS, which does not have a fix. Yeah, cool. But like, we're not going to get ZFS on Windows, so yeah. Butterfest doesn't have inodes. Right. And that's the thing, right? Like, there are definitely ways around this, but many users are not going to do that, right? Like, if we go, yeah, to run Pigeon 3, you have to run it on ZFS. right? People are going to be very confused and very angry with us. You can try tune 2FS. I can already see the inode count in df minus I. Right, it's right there. The second column. I mean, we can run this too. Tune 2FS. Is that L? I think that's L. Will this work? Kind of a... interval. This should work. Oh, I gotta do tune to fs dot minus l dot blah. There you go. So inodes per group. I don't know what that means, but 8192 fragments. So inodes per group is 8K. Inode blocks per group is 512. Yeah, I don't know what that means by group. No, I just needed to give it the file system, not the mount. Right, I had to give it the file, not the mount. Switch the backend off and run it on your TrueNAS scale box, and if you believe that, then I have a bridge to sell you. Yeah. Speaker says, thanks for sharing your thoughts and work. Hearing you talk has really fired up your curiosity and ideas. Your mind is buzzing with new possibilities. Oh, that's awesome. Glad I could help. Okay, so, well, okay, I guess we're past the 32,000 one. So we're at 46,000. So I guess that limit's gone or it's changed. I don't know. Again, when I first ran into this problem, it was like 2007, although I recently ran into this at work as well, with tiny, tiny email files that was less than the block size. And we had like 4 million of them or something, and we exhausted the inodes on the file system. It was an 8 gig file system, so it wasn't a ton, but yeah, it was a problem. But yeah, again, this is, you know, this is, you'll, this is a similar problem you'd run into with a FAT file system, which also a file allocation table, is very similar to an inode, at least conceptually. And the file systems that have this stuff, this is where you run into problems, right? And this is something that as developers, you generally never have to give a shit about, right? This is a scaling issue. And this is why you end up having to know a bunch of weird random info about the operating system. Right? Okay, so we exhausted inodes again, we're out of space, right? This is why you do that, right? So, like, if you're in a busy chat room or something, right, and everybody's posting images constantly, we're gonna exhaust stuff quickly, right? And like I said, we're gonna have to figure out pressure and stuff like that. And I'm not sure how we're gonna tackle that yet, but it's something we have to look at. So, something we have to consider. And this is why people are like, well, chat's so easy. What's taking so long? Well, do you want the chat to work? Or do you want it to work and be stable for a very long time? Or do you just want it to work immediately? Do you not have to care about things like this until we do? Yeah, exactly. And as you can tell, I have clearly ran into it in the past, and I'm like, I'm not dealing with this later. Yeah, and FAT32 does some weird shit for long file names too. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of weird stuff that like generally developers don't have to care about until you do, right? And that's just, you know, kind of the saying for development in general. It's like, yeah, it's great until you hit something where you're like, I have no idea what is going on. And then you spend who knows how much time trying to figure it out, or you know somebody that's hit it before, right? And this is why, like, often when like developers will hit something or they'll be working on it for a couple hours or whatever, they'll be like, I bet so-and-so has seen this. Let me go talk to them. And then they're like, oh, that problem. Because you hit it, and it's one of those things that's memorable. And you're just like, yeah, that sucked. It took forever to figure it out. The FAT table, long file names take more than one entry. There's one entry for the 8.3 name, and then for 8.3, it takes an entry per 8 characters, basically. Wow. That's dumb. Remember something in your MCSE class? Nice. Let's not forget that some file systems are case sensitive and some are case insensitive. That's bitten you enough time. Yeah. Case insensitive file systems are dumb because it's really hard to get them right. And like Unicode has definitely case insensitive file systems that support Unicode, HPFS Plus, for example, are pretty much broken. Like, so like when you're installing Mac OS, I don't know if it's still there. I haven't installed it from bare metal in a while. But like when you would format the disk, well, yes, HPFS Plus is definitely broken. So is HPFS. I don't know about AFS. I haven't done anything with AFS. Not Android file system, Apple file system, because of course Apple doesn't give a shit about name infringement. But they give you an option for HPFS to make it case sensitive. And like if you install a Mac with if you put a case sensitive file system on your main boot drive, whatever, it will not work. It doesn't work because everybody made, like, nobody was consistent about file names because by default it's case insensitive, which means you can't ever use case sensitive. And yeah, it's a bad time. The turkey test and what's a capital I in turkey? I don't know that one, Londo. Well, yeah, I mean, it'll work, but like it will attempt to work, but there's too many programs out there that have hard-coded paths that aren't using the right case. So stuff just doesn't work. Case preserving? What does that mean? I capitalizes to, oh God, that's interesting. It's a taller I. Case preservation is the preservation of the letter case, upper or lower case of letters. And so, what? Means the file name of foobar can be accessed as foobar2. Interesting. The attempt is made to create a file name. This is a file, and a file system preserves letter case, and the file's name's letter will be this is file case, rather than, for example, this is a file or this is a file. It's possible and common for a system to be case insensitive yet case preserving. Okay, that I can see, but case sensitive with case preserving is the same thing. Imagine testing string by capitalizing and seeing if it's equal to male. Works in most places, but not in Turkey. Yeah, no, I got it, yeah. That's why, well, I mean, you have to use the UTF-8 comparison stuff, but yeah. Basically, okay, yeah, gotcha. Also, you all might be interested in this little guy right here. If you're using uBlock Origin, you can drop in this little filter, and you stop getting Google AI results. Yay! It still costs them all their money, and you don't have to scroll past it, because uBlock Origin just deletes it. I also have one to get rid of the stupid Copilot pop-up on Teams, but that's on my laptop. I don't have it handy. Yes. So, my testing for this, here, you'll like this. I can't disable this, but here, so, all right, like I can't easily disable this, but if we go to Google and we say, what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? AI overview, right? So we refresh, we get the AI overview, blah, blah, blah. We go and we put this back in, we apply changes, we refresh the page, now it's gone. You wanted to get rid of the Gemini button on YouTube? Where's the Gemini button on YouTube? I don't know that I've seen it. Probably because I have YouTube Premium. But yeah, it's great for all that stuff. Also, how's it going, Tech256? I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. You coming back to streaming any time soon? They started adding it where the playlist save button was. I made playlist part of the more button. Oh, gross. Yeah, I don't really use playlists. I just go through my subscriptions or notifications and stuff. But is what it is. Is sure you got next week off of work? Oh, nice. Very cool. Well, in that case, I will give you a shout out. So Tech256 is another programming streamer here on Twitch who has been around a very, very long time, like myself. And yeah, go give him a follow. I have no idea what you're working on because I have not seen you stream in a long time. So, yeah. So, but yeah, so anyways, the whole file system cache thing, that needs to happen soon. Because like I said, as we start looking at avatars and we want to cache badges, stuff like that, because we're going to have to download those for Twitch and stuff like that, right? And part of being a good third-party client that doesn't get detected and get people banned is to do the things that the official client does, including caching images, right? And since we're not in a web browser, we have to build our own cache. So, is what it is. Still game engine stuff, just moved to NeoVim and got a whole SDL3 3D front end just about done. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah. Cool. So, oh, how did that idea? Oh, so I had a crazy idea of building a game into Pigeon. That we maybe might do at some point. We'll see. But basically the idea would be to have like a protocol plugin that could be like a text adventure game kind of thing, but the entire interface would be Pigeon. So like you would have to find people to talk to and stuff like that, and go from there. And I think that could be really interesting. What could be more interesting is at some point, we're going to build a bot front end for libpurple. And what that means is you'll see, particularly on Twitch and YouTube, people will build bots for Discord and Twitch and YouTube, like chat bots all the time, right? And they'll build it using, you know, the Discord API for whatever language they're using. And then, you know, they'll get it all done and it's working for Twitch and everything. And they've got all these cool commands and stuff. And then they go, man, it'd be really cool if this working in Discord. So then they have to go and figure out how to make it work with Discord. And then they're integrating all the stuff together and blah, blah, blah. And that's just kind of silly, right? Especially when we have something like libpurple that's around. So the idea of the bot front end is that you would... the libpurple bot front end would give you like a web interface or something like that. I don't know. And then you would either use custom scripts or plugins and stuff. And then it would just listen on all of those channels for all of those messages coming in for commands and stuff, and then respond to all of them. And then you don't even have to worry about the protocols and you can just actually implement your bot because libpurple already does all of it, right? So you would just add your account and it would go, but that's the idea. Build Doom into it? No. You have a uBlock filter that gets rid of the AI mode button in Google now too? Nice. I don't think I've seen that one, but yeah. It's crazy how many plugins people require for some setups as a guy who's relatively vanilla Vim for the last decade. Yeah. Like people, when they'll see me in Vim and they'll ask me, oh, what's your Vim RC? And it's like, there's nothing here. I don't use plugins. Old BSD type of text adventure game is easily to integrate into Purple, I think. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking more, you could just have a protocol that has, like, a Hunt the Wumpus user, right? And then you just start messaging them. And then, boom. Or, you know, or even, like, Adventure. Oh, no, Adventure wouldn't be good. What's the other... NetHack, right? And you would just basically put all the responses and everything into the protocol, and you would just run it from one particular user in the chat or in the from one particular, whatever. So the protocol would only expose that one user, and then they would just respond and take your responses and go from there, right? That'd be easy. Oh, you're down the LSP rabbit hole? I don't know. LSPs don't work in C. I mean, they work, but if I turned it on right now, here, and we'll do it this way. Oh, that's not a great way to do it, but I could run C tags or anything, but like actually, no, no, it's not a great way to do it. Like in C, and not so much C++, but a little bit, but everything is namespaced. So like as you start typing and it's like, oh, hey, you want this. So results for purple underscore 1109. Ugh. Like, I don't want to have to sift through that every time I'm typing something, right? It's, yeah. They barely work. Clang D isn't too bad, but it's far from perfect. Yeah, I don't know. I predate all that stuff. I've found ways to work efficiently without them. So, like, I'm not going to go out of my way to try to learn how it works. So, you know, it is what it is. So, age-old trick is having predictable function names and using ripgraph. Yeah, exactly. And like namespacing stuff and making sure that the functions are in the files that they should be and not having utility files. Because utility files are a code smell. Let's go with that. I guess we're going to do save separately. So this is going to get weird because of, like trying to load stuff back from the database and stuff like that is going to suck, but we'll see. I guess we'll do a test with save and delete. Account manager backend, Seagull, save, delete. Only ever played with small stuff in C. Yeah, you know, again, you know, everybody's gonna do whatever they're gonna do, right? It's fine. Yeah. When you get to a certain level in C, like having like IntelliSense is more of a pain than anything. Right. So like I still have completions here in Sublime Text, but Sublime Text by default will do fuzzy matching on symbols it's seen in the file, which is 100% fine with me, right? You can even do the same thing in Vim. So many people don't even know this. Right, so if I'm just down here, right, and I'm like, purple account, oh, control N, get, or connection, right, hold on. Yeah, but then like, I've got to arrow through this, right? This is not helpful for me, but, oh, is this actually using C tags to get to that stuff? Oh God, yeah, like, it's too much. Okay, it is looping. I'm just not noticing that it's looping. But yeah, it's too much, right? So the stuff that doesn't have the stuff on the right is local, and then from the headers and stuff. But like, I don't know, the fuzzy matching is so much better, especially for my typo proneness, right? So like in Sublime Text, I can be like, per account pass, right? Oh, okay. I can change password, or then I can arrow down to request pass, or you know, there. It's just like, look what I typed: PURACCPAWOR, and like, oh, yep, that works much better for me. And like, I know you can wire up Vim or NeoVim or something with with FZF and stuff like that, but I don't know. Then you got to do extra configuration stuff, and it sucks. But I don't know. That's my opinion. But you know, other people will obviously disagree, and that's fine. What's the benefit of having different headers? We all get what we want. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And I don't know why everybody thinks we have to use the same thing. It's, it's silly, really? Um... I don't know how we're going to test the save here. Oh, shit. So part of the problem here is I can't exactly create a copy of the backend. Yeah, well, let's start here. We're going to write an account and then pull it back and go from there. If you don't use VS Code or variants, are you really a vibe coder? I don't want to be a vibe coder. So, eh? The fun part too, and again, I say this every time, anybody who's looking at this and going, why did you put an assert not reach at the end of your unit test? Because I need to make sure the unit test makes it to the end. So until the unit test is completely passing, has everything I want, this stays in place to make sure I always make it to the end. Then, once I'm done with it, I will delete that. Because there have been times where, like, you forget to do this, right? And then you're like, account manager, Seagull backend. Right, so you do this and you're like, okay, why did we fail? Oh, because I still have this one here. This one's actually good, I think. Right? And you're like, why'd my unit test pass? I just added a new test. I wasn't finished with it yet. Right? It should have asserted, right? It's because, oh, I didn't actually call it. Right? We've all had the stuff where, like, you're like, why isn't my code being called? And then you find out, oh, I never called it. Right? When you're writing unit test, this is a nice way to catch that. Assert at the end. Assert true, false. Right? It's fine. You're not making me want to use VS Code there. Yeah. What? You can't be a vibe coder without it? Huh? Verbal account manager, backend, backend. Actually, we're in an ad. I gotta pee and get water. I'll be right back. All right. I should have muted. Sorry. I grabbed some beef sticks. Beef sticks! That's supposed to sound like beefcake. Cartman's beefcake. What happened to the music? No, it's there. It's just really quiet. Yeah. So the caveat with saving is going to be reading back in, but maybe it's okay. We'll see. Like saving and then deleting, that's an easy test. But like saving and verifying saving, that's going to be a weirder test. Because it's a memory database, right? But all right, we got our back on. Yeah, how are we gonna do this? Yeah, I have to do the load. No. Delete returns an error, I think? Alright, save is async. Okay, hold on. Right, okay, so we should be able to call save async. The problem is we want to be able to verify, and the quick way to verify is to test delete right away. But the problem is we need to make, well, I guess we're at the, like, I want to, like, oh, this only loads all of it. It's not going to get rid of, it's not going to give me a single one anyways. So there's no reason why in Pigeon we should ever need to load a single account by itself. Because at startup, we're going to load all the accounts, right? And then we're going to use our in-memory representation the entire time. Then if user deletes an account, we will go and delete it. And if user creates a new one, we save it, right? But like we don't ever have to load accounts again because we have our in-memory representation. And that's where it's getting weird to unit test it. Because like the weird part is we want to make sure that everything is saved, right? That all the parts of it are saved. Every property is saved correctly. And I really wish I had more beef sticks. I'm hungrier than I thought I was. I've been trying to let myself be hungry more often because I've been kind of plateaued at a weight loss gap right now because when I eat too much. And when I get the feeling of hunger, I just eat. So I've been trying to get more comfortable with feeling hunger for at least a little bit so that I don't just, you know, binge and go from there. But, you know, that's what it is. Right. So, yeah, I guess we're going to... Yeah, this is just going to include all of it, but the intent is we're going to save and then delete and go from there. This test is going to get very complicated very quick, but that makes sense. Because we need callbacks for the save and the delete. And even the load. But we're going to do it all in one because otherwise it doesn't make sense to do it another way. Because we have to do all the stuff too. Yeah. Oh god, this test is going to suck. That's all right. All right, so this is just going to be a simple test. Are we going to do all the properties here? We probably should. Well, let's just start here. Purple account manager, backend, save account, backend account, no cancelable. The callback is going to be test purple, save callback, and then we're going to pass in counter. GUN counter equals 0. I'm going to say G main iteration, G main context, iteration, null, false. So what's going to happen is this is going to run the main loop that'll let the async function run, and then return and call our callback. So then we're going to G assert, compare uint. We're going to say counter equals 0. Again, we're just going to force this to fail right now. That's okay. So we need a, we said save, callback, static void, G object source, G async results, our results, G error. G pointer data. GUN counter star counter equals data. Star counter equals star counter plus 1. Why do we do this instead of star counter plus plus? Because the postfix increment operator is going to confuse people with the pointer dereference. So instead we just write it out the exploded way, and it makes sense and everybody's happy. Code readability. Yay! G error star error equals null. G boolean success equals false. I suppose we could put the load here. We'll have to look at this. But we're going to say success equals purple account manager backend. Save account finish. Purple account manager backend. Let me do this. I'll do it this way. Result error. And again, when you have something that returns a boolean and an error, always check the error first. G assert no error. Why? Because if you check the boolean first and it's unexpectedly false, you don't have the error. I mean, we do because we say non-fatal assertion, so we would get both. But this way, in case you don't do that part, you don't want to do that part, we make sure, like, the error is supposed, we're not supposed to have an error here. Oh, we have an error. Well, guess what? The error has a message. The error message tells you what failed. The boolean does not. Right? So that's the real easy part, called backend save. Cool, right? We just make sure that it saves properly. We're not going to try to reload it or anything right now. That's fine. Oh, we do need to do this, though. Cons car star account ID equals null. We're not manually specifying the ID. We're going to let it generate it. Account ID equals purple account. Get ID. Account. It is save account async, right? Yeah. On the main loop, so the callback will get called. Okay, cool, right? Make sure the main loop was called, or the callback. Right, that's what we're doing here. So We're gonna reinitialize this to 0 right before we use it, just to make sure that's there, right? Now, yeah. Create the account and save it to the backend. Delete the account from the backend. Counter equals 0. Again, we always reset the counters because we just want to check that it's 1, but we use a counter to make sure it doesn't get called more than once. Originally, when we started doing all these with the callbacks, we used to use a Boolean. Then I was like, wait a second. What happens if this gets called twice? Like, that's a bug. And we're not detecting it in the unit test, so that's dumb. This takes the ID of the account, right? Or is this... Oh, this takes the whole account. Okay, yeah, we don't have to give a shit about the ID. Even better. Sweet. Okay. Need the same deal here. This is right now, this unit test, this is okay where it is. We're going to use this to implement the rest of it, to do the implementation, and then we'll update the unit test to make sure that it's everything's being set properly. Because we got to start somewhere, right? Oh, yep, so very basic, should be fine. And deal with my typos. Called object's not a function or whatever. Purple account manager backend get type. Huh? This should have broke a long time ago if this is the case. Oh, I've got the wrong... Yeah. What? It took me to the wrong line? So yeah, this is not what we wanted. We wanted that one, not that one. Sometimes fuzzy matching gives you the wrong results and you don't catch it, but it's okay. You mean backend save account finish? Oh, yeah, not Seagull backend. Seagull sounds a lot like Smeagol. With his precious backend. There's a bad joke in there somewhere. Worse than the one I did. I don't know. Or maybe not. Maybe a better joke. Implicit Gmain content interaction. Yeah, that's totally what I meant to type. Iteration. Getting closer. Incompatible pointer type. What did I give it? Oh, okay. Oh, that's the problem. Yep. I didn't give it a cancelable there. There we go. All right, cool. So we made it through. I guess I stubbed everything. Oh yeah, look at that. I totally just stubbed everything out. Doesn't actually do any work yet. Whoops. So, we actually have to go and do all the hard work here. But before that, we are going to do all this fun stuff too. So we need to say Seagull statement star insert properties. We're just going to do delete properties real quick because these are the ones we are doing to get started with. Delete properties. Oh, did we make this? Were we going to make these ineditable? We should probably make these ineditable. What did we... Oh. What do we do in the conversation manager for this? The conversation manager stuff works, but it definitely could be better. Okay, we just bail out and say we didn't initialize the database. I think we're going to make this guy ineditable. G error star error. G initable new. Where is my dev help? I think it's on 5. G initable new. Cancelable, then the error. Then the properties, then all that. Yep. I don't remember how to do the rest of this. Seagull does this? Seagull statement dot C. Oh, right, it's an interface, right? I think it's an interface. Yeah. Oh, that's why it's weird. Okay, yeah. Purple account manager, Seagull backend, ineditable iFace init. And then this return, oh yeah, static void. Purple account manager backend, Seagull backend ineditable init. Okay, yep. Yeah, I know the function names suck. It's okay. They're super long, but it's fine. Oh no, what are we gonna do? We complain about it because the streamer uses too long of a function name. Oh. So basically what this does is it lets us tell somebody that's creating the object if it was successful or not. It's a little much, but it's okay. So this becomes purple account manager, Seagull backend, star backend equals null. I don't know. People don't like them because in the for some reason in the era of LLMs that's going to replace people and LSPs and all this other nonsense, people are like, oh my god, look how long that function name is. Because people are just shitty. It's really what it comes down to. Like, ultimately, that's what it is. Like know what a function does, a descriptive name. Yeah. I mean, part of the problem is in C is, all right, here's the namespace, the library name, right? And then here's the object name, unfortunately, right? It's really long because it's an account manager backend for Seagull. And then the method name is there, right? But people, again, this is the thing about big code bases, right? If you're writing a C project that's less than 10 files, you don't really care, right? Like you don't really care about having everything named properly or named in a way that's discoverable and in the right place. You just don't care, right? It's 10 files, who cares? When you have hundreds of files, you do care, right? So here. Oh. I'm like, what's your problem? So there's 174 C files in libpurple, 119 header files. In Pidgin, in our mono repo that really needs to go away, there's 62 header files and 66 C files. Like, at that point, you really start carrying, you can't have do stuff in multiple files. That doesn't work. So, like, it's, yeah. Like, that just is the thing. All right, so backend dash insert properties equals Seagull statement new from resource, right? All right, at this point, the interval in it, yeah, we just return false when we set the error. Okay. I don't have the conversation manager open anymore. I gotta make this font bigger. Oh, okay. That's what I did. Okay, yeah. That's sometimes I'll do cheats like this to make the function names easier, or to keep the variable names and stuff to like more of the codes on the right side. It works. Seagull statement. Local air equals null. So this could be, the user could pass in null for this, but we still have to check it. So we still have to check if we got an error. So we use a local error and then we propagate it back out. We do not, oh yeah, there it is, resource path. Okay, cool. Well, we should have this. But yeah. Okay. We definitely need to move the conversation manager to this stuff too. We're not gonna do it right now. The goal right now is to kill XML node and all that crap by Sunday. So we are working towards that goal right now. And this is something we've needed to do for a long time, so it's fine. But then we say backend insert properties equals statement. All right, so we're just gonna move that pointer around. All right, Seagull statement new from resource. Classes, statement, constructors, new from resource. We give the database. Oh shit, when does this get called? Oh, initable gets called after all the properties, right? Helper function for constructing a G-initable object, similar G-object new, but also initializes the object and returns null, setting an error on failure. This function is not directly available to language bindings, blah, 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 blah. But G-initable says, it's implemented by objects that can fail during initialization. If an object implements this interface, then it must be initialized as the first thing after construction, either via G-initable init or G-async initable init async. The later is only available if input does whatever. If the object is not initialized or initialization returns an error, all operations on the object except GObject ref and GObject unref are considered to be invalid and have undefined behavior. This will often fail with G-critical or G-warning, but this must not be relied on. Users of objects implementing this are not intended to use this interface method directly. Instead, it will be used automatically in various ways. For C applications, you generally just call G-initable new directly or indirectly via foo thing new wrapper. This will call G initable init under the cover, returning null and setting a G error on failure, at which point the instance is unreferenced. For bindings and languages, blah, blah, blah. Right. So this method is intended for no. Wait, where the hell does we need to look at the init method? Oh yeah, this is it. Intended for language bindings is for no. We want the vfunc, virtual methods. Quantum Apprentice with raid. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing well. If y'all don't know Quantum Apprentice, go give him a follow. He works on a bunch of stuff, including mods for Fallout. I think that's right. He's also been working on some movie tracking rating tool thing. I can't remember what it says. Yeah. Yep, good old Pigeon. We are here working on Pigeon. As we always do, all the time. Making a Fallout video player this last month? Cool, cool, cool. I mean, we have been... We never stopped working on Pigeon. We've been trying to make it support modern chat protocol for a long time, but it takes a long time to get there. There it is, virtual. Wait, no. So, it's almost complete as far as the pixels go anyway. Oh, nice. Very cool. Very cool. But yeah, Pigeon Pigeon 2 has had support for modern protocols for quite a while. But the experience has not been great because the API that Pigeon 2 uses was built in the era of AIM, right? And changing that API in a public library that, you know, needs to have library guarantees for its interface is hard. So yeah. So the video player was where Rough is open. Yeah. Well, sucks. But, you know, you end up using GStreamer or FFmpeg at all, did you? Or libav or anything? Still thought that would have been an easier way to go for you. Yeah, so right now we are implementing a backend. So one of the big things between Purple 3, the Purple is the library behind Pigeon. Before it was named Purple, it was named libgame, behind game, and before that everything was just in one project, whatever. But the idea of libpurple is it abstracts out the chat protocols themselves as well as the user interface, so that anybody can write a chat protocol that will interface with libpurple, and then anybody can build their own custom user interface on top of it. What we're trying to do right now is we're trying to move the store. So we've made a bunch of changes in Purple 3 and different paradigms, stuff like that, for reasons that are way too long to get into right now. But one of the things is the accounts that you have in the project or in the program. Those used to get stored in an XML file. We are now currently abstracting out to the backend for that, so that custom UIs can do whatever the hell they want. And by default, we're going to use a SQLite database for it. So we are implementing that SQLite implementation right now. Code it from scratch, except immediate mode GUI for window and open. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, that's probably more appropriate for your situation now that I think about it too. But like if you're trying to integrate into another app or something, then yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so we wrote a new wrapper API around SQLite called Seagull. That it doesn't force you, but it definitely directs you towards only using prepared statements and named parameters. And yeah, do we have a breakdown of this somewhere? I don't remember if we do. No, I guess not. But it has, like, this specifically makes sense for us with GObject. There's not a great amount of API to make it easier for you. And we were going to have to abstract this all out because we weren't going to redo this stuff every single time and stuff because it's annoying and tedious. So we built the library to do it because, like I said, we're going to write utility functions anyway, so we might as well do it that way. There's also some stuff in handling migrations there. Although I've realized specifically with this unit test and what we're doing here, that we might want to change the way that the migrations are kept track of, but we'll see how we go in the future. Because the problem is, like, we're going to end up using a bunch of different SQLite databases. When in theory, we could make them go in one, but the problem is the migrations use the Pragma version. I think that's the right one. In SQLite to control what your schema version is. So it knows what migrations to run and stuff. And the problem is you can't then have two different objects that have migrations working on the same SQLite database because they're going to conflict on that. Whereas if, you know, we put a migrations table or something, we could keep track of each set of migrations separately, which we might end up doing in the future, but we'll see. Extra close parenthesis there for some reason. But yeah, so we already wrote out all the queries and everything, and now we just actually have to start using them. And right now we're doing the initialization stuff here for this. But yeah, so, oh, right. So we're trying to make sure that init gets called after all the properties are set. The object must be initialized before any real interface, blah, blah. Console, Caller should not assume that a class which implements the unit can be initialized multiple times. I mean, this has to be afterwards, right? Yeah, see, this is not what I want. But it has to be after the properties. Like, it just wouldn't make sense otherwise. And it says virtual method. Yeah, okay, it does. It is typically is virtual method. Okay. This is. First thing after construction. Okay, so the constructor should have been done. The constructed vfunc should have been called. And then I think we're okay here. Well, we'll find out. So, backend DB. Resource path / statements. Do we put the slash in there? No, we did not. Okay, good. Statements / insert properties SQL and then an error, right? I think that's right. New from resource. Yep, then the error. Okay. So if local error is not equal to null, G propagate, or G, yeah, no. The G error propagate? Why can't I think of this? It's gotta be G error propagate. Nope, G propagate error, huh? Look at that. Okay. G propagate error, propagate error, error, local error. I wonder if we should prefix this. We can have that later. Am I reading? Yeah. Jonas, do you want to get timed out? Because it sounds like you want to get timed out. Yeah, you should know that I don't respond well to AI jokes in general. And we're just gonna... There's a ChatGPT joke for you. AI poop. Enjoy your shitty code. And your shitty incorrect summaries. Have fun. Not on Twitch, Lando. Not on Twitch. Okay, then if... We gotta be more careful too. Else if... Not Siegel is statement G set error. Did we create an error for this yet? I don't know that we did. Seagull backend. Why isn't this scrolling? You know, you keep saying it was a joke, and I don't think you know what that word means. See, that's a joke. Londo, thank you for the Twitch Prime subscription. Greatly appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes and be sure to check out the officially unofficial Pigeon Discord, which, among other things, we have a sub-only channel where we sometimes talk about stuff that's going to happen on the stream before it does. I haven't had a new sub in a while. Thanks. I'm surprised I still remember the whole spiel. Yeah, the problem is you gave no hint that it was supposed to be irony or sarcasm. Right? I mean, maybe there's a little bit. Maybe. But, like, which way do we go? Right? I don't know. We did not have... Okay, well, we're going to skip this part for now. If this becomes a problem, we'll deal with it later. I'm not super worried about checking all of this itself right now. All right, so create the insert statement. Create the insert properties statement. The other part is, I have said numerous times on this channel, LLVM-based, or no, LLM-based AI, aka generative AI, can only create things it has seen before. We are writing code in a library I write to interface with a library I wrote, which is hosted on a code hosting platform, which blocks AIs from crawling it because they rack up my cloud hosting bills and make everything inaccessible. Therefore, they haven't seen the code before, and they can't actually do anything because they don't have enough sample sites to do anything with it. So it's yeah. It's all fucking dumb. And I fucking hate talking about AI. So keep joking, because you're going to get timed out, and then maybe banned, or maybe just banned. I don't know. It depends on my mood. It's like... I don't understand people's reasoning sometimes. It's... Yeah. I spelled statements wrong. Nobody told me about my typo. Oh my god. Are we even on Twitch anymore? Local errors not equal to no. Also, did I put that in that blog post or not? I don't remember. The whole thing about people using it's just a joke as like a get out of jail free card of like, oh, I completely misread the room and I didn't, or, you know, or like, I'm going to be a dick, but if you call me on it, oh, I was just joking. And like trying to imply that they didn't actually mean it. Well, it's like, well, if you didn't mean it, why'd you say it? Right. And it's just like, okay. Like if that's what you think. Oh, I gotta fix the header file. Oh, this is dumb. Is this gonna work? Oh, right. We have to fix this in the test now. Oh, we already have there. Cool. G assert no error. Error. Yeah, like I don't know. The whole stuff about AI is just, I don't know why people would just willingly not want to know what they're doing. Right? Like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna let this thing do all of it and I'm not gonna care. It's like that scene in Office Space, or not Office Space, in Idiocracy, where they're at the hospital and they're trying to figure out what button to press for the person's problem. Right? Like, well, I don't know, here's one. That's people using AI. It's just, There's so many better things to do with our time than have to talk about fucking AI all the damn time. Why is the database still open? Which test is this in? Yeah, you thought it was absurd, but it was, but like, why even bother, right? Why? Failed to close the database. Oh, right, because I didn't kill the statements. Right, because, okay, yep, that's what happened. That's what happened. This makes sense. Oh, ChatGPT would tell me I didn't close the database. Let me vibe code my way into a SAS that doesn't work and then falls apart because I don't know what version control is. Can you imagine if AI, like, used Git? Oh, God. Can you imagine the horror stories from that? Let's take one of the most obnoxious tools programmers use and seem to enjoy for some reason, and then tie it to another obnoxiously weird and shitty tool that programmers seem to like using, and see what happens. That's like reality TV show 101 right there. How's it going, Radu? I was going to try to say the last part of your name, but I'm not even sure where to begin. So sorry, but welcome, welcome. If you want to give me a hint on how to say it, let me know. Heard about when AI dropped a whole database for someone? That's some real Black Mirror stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, it's like I said, why would, like, I don't understand why anybody would willingly get into a career or hobby or something, but have zero desire to actually learn it. Right? And that's what most people seem to be doing with AI from my experience. And it's just like, why? Like what is the point? Oh, I can get stuff done real fast. Okay, cool. It's done, quote unquote. But how do you like debug and fix it? Like you can't because you don't know it at all. Right? It's just it's so I don't know. I cannot wait for this AI bubble to burst. I am so just burst already, please. It's like the NFT stuff. People wouldn't shut up about NFTs too. But they finally realize they're bad. When everybody else is just going here, yeah, these are really dumb. This doesn't actually solve anything. And yeah. Like there are better tools for coding than AIs. And I mean, sure, there's a documentation problem. And AI can quote unquote help with that, assuming it doesn't hallucinate and lie to you about everything. But like all it does is create more work. I don't understand how people do not see and understand this. And then they want to talk about how good it is, and I look at it and go, this is fucking trash. Like, doing things that are worthwhile are not easy. Taking shortcuts does not let you do things that are worthwhile. Right? They're worthwhile because they are hard and they teach you lessons and you learn things. And if you don't do those things, then they're not worthwhile. Like, this... Does that make sense? I'm really feeling like a crazy person lately. Actually, not really. I've always been an outlier, so it's fine. But it's just, Jesus, man. All right. How do we do all this again? We got to reset the statement, right? Conversation manager. Siegel statement reset. Oh, okay. We have to clear bindings too. Okay. Yep. We should probably break this up into 2 functions. As good at writing docs and comments and pollute the user screen with it. I'm going to disagree there because everything I've ever seen from AI is way too wordy, right? Like, it's easily to talk. It's like, well, in the event that this one thing happens, you can do blah, 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 blah. It's like, when this happens, do this, right? Like, not only does it waste your time with it being wrong and you have to fact check it and stuff, it also wastes your time because they make it super wordy so that it looks more quote unquote intelligent. And it's just like, you could have said all of this in 3 words instead of 30. What the fuck? You think LLMs could be cute if they didn't use up all the water and they didn't push them? Okay. Like, I don't know. My experience with them is that they are absolute garbage and they have helped me at no way. The only thing they've helped me with is wasting time. That is the only thing LLMs have ever done for me, is waste my time. The comment pollution? Yeah, it's just... Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I don't know. The things I find useful are apparently very different than what a whole lot of other people find useful. Because there's just nothing in any AI output that I have found useful. Right? Because even then, like, you have to dig through all the source and everything, and it's just like this, or through all the output, and you're just like, I can't even trust that this is right. Why am I reading this at all? But, I don't know. People seem to like it. And they somehow seem to think it's going to take my job, which just shows their lack of understanding of it. But, whatever. It's more a them problem than a me problem. GTAS return error takes the error, right? I think it does. Yeah, because there's return error and then there's return new error. Instance takes ownership of the data. Yep. Well, look, I could have set the world on fire to get that figured out. Okay. Oh, it seems to me like every rich person invested in it, and now they're desperate to get their money back. Yeah, I mean it's pretty much par for the course, right? It's just gross. A lot of people lose their jobs when AI bubble pops and layoffs happen. Yeah, I mean that's what's supposed to happen, right? When any idea gets super popular, I'm not trying to hate on AI in general, right? But like when anything gets super popular, like AI or NFTs or Bitcoin or even the .com bubble, right? Like there is like the market's going to snap back at some point and actually, you know, reflect reality. Because right now everything is just wrong. Like the way AI is going right now is not sustainable. It doesn't do what people seem to make you think it does, right? Or what people are trying to say it does. And yeah, it's a cool magic trick, sure, but it's not actually useful. Like the CEOs that think they're going to actually replace workers with it, by all means, go ahead, because their company's just going to fail, and it's going to be hilarious. I mean, it's not hilarious for the people that are working there, and I'm sorry, and that sucks, right? But like that's what you get, right? You turned on your workers for something you thought would replace them, and didn't believe that, and believed that it would when everybody else is saying it doesn't do what you say it does, and you fired all your workers. Yeah, good. Bye. Get out of here. Just... Right? Like, I don't know. I don't know why everyone's like, oh, well, people are going to lose their jobs. Guess what? The CEOs and the higher ups are trying to milk every single penny out of those people already. They're not good jobs. Like, we need to get better companies that give better, more sustainable jobs rather than ones that can be replaced by AI when they generally can't. But trying to vote against the AI bubble popping because people are going to lose their jobs, that's not the right move at all. I mean, in my opinion, right? If somebody really, really believes in AI and they want to be a big proponent of it, okay, cool. Guess what? We all make mistakes, right? Case in point, when I took over Pigeon in 2016, I thought I would have Pigeon 3 out by 2017. It is 2025. And I'm thinking we might be able to get an alpha out 10 years after I took over the project, right? We all make mistakes. Yeah, the consolidation, not even just of tech, the consolidation of all these companies is ridiculous, right? To the point of absurdity. Like, what is it? Procter & Gamble owns like 50% of the brands in the grocery stores. Like, what? How do you own 50% of all of the products in a grocery store? Like, huh? But yeah, monopolies are good. Yeah, sure they are. It's so dumb. But that's the world we live in. You know what? I probably should have started with delete. This would have been much easier. It's on Silicon Graphics, Corel. What is MECC? Oh, yeah, I mean, we also had DEC, HP, all these other ones, right? And yeah. Okay, that is the one it was. I couldn't remember their name. I thought that's what it was, but I thought it was MECA. But I don't know. I can't tell you the last time I actually saw their logo or anything. But like, I mean, and like, let's not even get started on this whole stuff with like AAA games too. It's just like, what, like, I like, say what you will about yeah, it's Minnesota Education something. Yeah, I don't remember either. But like, say what you will about Nintendo, and there's plenty to say about Nintendo. I'm not trying to defend them or anything, right? But Nintendo's focus is always on making games that are fun to play. There have been, like, I don't play a whole lot of video games anymore. But, like, back in the day, I had a PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, stuff like that, right? And I just never play them because the games just weren't fun. And here we are 20 years later, and the games are still just not, for me, not fun, right? I know some people love crafting games and stuff like that, and some people love playing Call of Duty, and that's fine. But those things just don't appeal to me, right? Whereas, like, even Animal Crossing, right? I got Animal Crossing New Horizon. Never played an Animal Crossing game before. I don't want to say addicted to it, but I spent a lot of time in that game, right? And it's just silly, busy work game, right? It was fun. And just the majority of all the other games, I just don't care about it. Like, I don't care how great a game looks. I don't care about 4K, 140 refresh rate or 120 refresh rate, whatever the hell it is. I don't care about any of that, right? None of that makes any difference to me if the game sucks. If the game is not fun, I do not care. The game can be 3 frames a second because it's a puzzle game or something, and I'm going to have way more fun with that than I ever will with Call of Duty. Yeah, Stardew for you? Yeah, right? And everyone's different. They all get their own opinions. It's fine, right? But, like, all the time, money, and everything that goes into these AAA games, and then, like, you know, they shut down the multiplayer because they don't want to run the servers anymore. And it's just like, dude, I got people yelling at me that we broke support on Windows XP. like what even? No, we're still on the query. What are we searching? Oh, there's 97 that match. Okay, got it. Sorry. All right, so some of these are actually from XP stuff. These aren't the... Okay, let's go get the closed ones too. I don't have a date on here. That sucks. But I don't know, let's just say since are opened, created. All right, I don't know how to search this the right way. Resolve date. Updated by updated. But whatever. Like there's Can I? Oh, I can sort by ID. That'll get me there. When does Vista hit the sweet spot for you? These going up or down? These are going down. Okay, maybe it's just an IRC and it wasn't actually in the issue tracker. But, okay, so when was this? This is 3 years ago. All right, but yeah, like, I don't know. People are still using XP from 3 years ago. And, like, with Pigeon 2.14.0, I think I changed the way I was building Pigeon on Windows and it broke XP. Never heard the end of it. Like, all right, well, figure out how the hell to build it and give me an option, right? Like, and then I finally found a different alternative that somebody built and started using it. And then, oh, nobody was like, oh, thanks for bringing XP support back. It's just stupid. Took you through undergrad, the tough OCaml and Haskell classes. So maybe it's one of those nostalgic feelings. Yeah, you've got a trauma, a nostalgia trauma. All right, so this should be relatively straightforward. We need to start with, if not Siegel statement, clear bindings, right? Just give me this. I apparently hit controls. Oh, okay, I just didn't hit it right. Backend, insert properties. So we clear any existing bindings to this. Then we reset the statement. backend insert properties, and then we can start using it. Yay! Oh, we need to begin the transaction too, but that's okay. That's not, we don't need that at all anymore. Come back here. All right, so then find the conversation ID to the delete state. Oh, this is for delete. Let's go to save. Yeah, save properties. Oh, I don't know why we didn't clear this out everywhere. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at that, but whatever. Yeah, and this whole code needs to be updated. This was our first stab at this, and you know, mistakes were made. It's okay. Okay, so right. Okay, we're gonna tweak the statement here. I knew I was gonna have to come back to this because I couldn't remember how we did all of it. I know you have clusters of machines up the wazoo. What is the best tool for distributed updating? It's old SSH in each VM in your Proxmox to run apt update. I mean, it depends. There's a bunch of options, right? I tend to use Ansible, which will do the SSHing for you. But it gets a little weird and tricky with stuff, and it depends on, you know, each VM type and all that stuff and whatever. But I mean, you can do it with anything, right? I mean, you can use Puppet, Chef, Ansible, Salt, whatever, right? But like, nope, wrong thing. So, I don't exactly have this shared because it's got secrets and stuff, but so can I show this? Oh, that's fine, but that doesn't matter. So I have an Ansible playbook here called update or upgrades.yaml, right? So hosts are basic as a list of hosts that are just all my hosts, whatever. And then it runs an update, and then it runs a common role, right? So then under roles, update, under tasks, this is where it gets complicated. But so for Debian, right? Oh, and I need to make that tweak too, right? So I also set up App Cacher because I have so many machines. So I have an App Cacher running to try to save additional downloads and not, you know, spike every, whatever. So I only hit the Debian mirrors once for each package that I need rather than once per machine. Then we update packages, right? So Ansible has an apt command you can run. So we say upgrade full, auto remove yes, update cache. That does apt-get update. This is gonna do apt full upgrade, and then it's gonna do apt auto remove afterwards, and it uses apt-get rather than using apt. And that's when the update variable is set to true. Then we, I did put this in here. So then we check if a reboot is necessary. So I learned this recently. There's a file var run reboot required on Debian machines. Var run reboot required. Oh, look at that. So I don't know what reboot required packages is, but so this will get set if you need to reboot from your package updates. So yeah, okay. So the packages say which packages have causing you to have to do a reboot, right? So my Ansible state checks for that file, change when it exists, and then I have a notify trigger that will reboot the machine, right? And then I do the notify trigger, and then I flush the handlers, which will then actually reboot the machine, right? So then what I end up doing, we can just do this right now. CDP, Limbo, Ansible, Ansible, playbook, upgrades, yep. -L, what was in there? Sure, we can update my VM server. So my VM server is named Abyss. I'm limiting it just to it. Otherwise, it's going to try to do all of them. But okay, so App Cacher got changed somehow. I don't know. Whatever. We'll look at that later. I don't really care. But now it's doing the updates, right? No, Ansible reaches out to the machines. It's not agent based. So the Ansible playbooks and everything are just on my machine. I mean, they're in a version control repo, but I have a clone on my machine, and then I just I run it directly, and then it clones out to those machines. or then it SSHs out to those machines and runs everything. So like this is gonna take a minute because apparently it's doing all the updates. We'll see what it does in a second. But like Ansible, one of the cool things about Ansible is it's agent list. There's no center point, whatever. You can do all sorts of crazy stuff. For example, ppigeon plugins Ansible, right? So we wrote this a while ago. So I can say Ansible playbook plugins.yaml. And what this is going to do is it is going to go and clone all of the repositories of all of the known third-party protocol third-party plugins for Pidgin for archival purposes. Right? So this is, right now we're going through all the Git repos that are out there, right? So the Discord protocol plugin updated, so to Google Chat. I haven't ran this in a while. But this is SSHing, it's not really, it's using localhost, right? So this is just running on my machine to do all this. Yeah, it should work fine in WSL2. Ansible is just a Python program. So you're gonna wanna make sure you have SSH agents and stuff like that. You're gonna need to either need to provide the sudo password when you run Ansible playbook, or you need to set up passwordless sudo. But it depends on what you're doing and what you're connecting to and all that stuff, right? So, you know. Okay, not sure which one failed to check out branch master, but apparently somebody changed something. We'll have to figure that out, right? Well, yeah, so this is just going to grind through. It's going, it's doing its thing. I don't know why those are oh, those might be skipping because like they don't exist anymore, but we still kept the list in case they get updated. XSS idle update? Oh, interesting. Okay. But yeah, you can even use Ansible to remote into Windows machines. That gets a whole bit complicated because you need to use WinRM for remote management and some stuff. But it's doable. We have some build, so we can figure all of our build agents using Ansible too, including the Windows ones. All right, but oh, okay, so yep, oh, uh-oh. Failed to update app cache after 5 retries. What's going on? Maybe app cacher is busted? I didn't update this to Trixie yet. App cacher is not working. All right. Not sure what was wrong with App Cacher, but okay, App Cacher's back. But yeah, I thought I updated this to Trixie, but apparently I didn't. Alright, well, whatever. I'll figure this out later, right? I'm not going to go dig through all this right now. But that's the idea, right? No, okay. Yep, so we updated all our plugins. Yep, cool. Yep. But yeah, Ansible and stuff, you can use them for all sorts of crazy weird things and stuff. But this is one of the big ones. So remember, the file is this. This file tells you if you need to reboot on Debian-based systems. I have no idea what it is on Fedora or even BSD or anything. That's specifically for Debian. All right, insert properties. So the way this works, okay, yeah, so we do this right. Okay, so the way Seagull wants to work is you can bind entire objects into a query, and you can do that based off of them having prefixes. So what ends up happening is I can't do it here. Next time for purple 3, right? So a purple account has a whole bunch of properties, right? Why is, oh, I'm like, why is ID not at the top? Because it's not alphabetical. Right, so we had account ID and username, right? So here we have an ID property, we have a username property down here. what Siegel's going to do is, when we bind the object, we're going to give it a prefix of account underscore, and then it's going to look for properties that have, it's going to strip that prefix and then look for properties with that name in the object and then bind them to that column. So the contact stuff, we're going to leave all separate. That's fine. But then this becomes account require password, account user info, right? That should be the right one. Yeah. Oh, it's, oh shit. It's user underscore info. My bad. Oh no, we already got that, right? Then account enabled, account remember password, account protocol ID. We'll deal with the error stuff in a minute. I don't know if we did all that. And the present stuff is fine. Okay, right. So then we also have to update that here because I forgot to do all this before because it's been a while. Do we name the column account ID? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Contact, we don't do anything there. Account, did I get required password? Yeah. Okay. Required password, account, user info, account enabled, account remember password, account protocol ID, error, present. Okay, yep. So now the query's fixed. We should be good to go. Also, I can't delay the ad anymore, so here it comes. Yep. Error undeclared, 185. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay. All right. Unused parameter count. Yep. Okay, good. All right, so now we can actually start doing the fun stuff, which is going to be stuff like, this should be success, yeah. So we need a G-Boolean success in here. G-Boolean success equals false. Siegel statement bind object, right? And then we give it the prefix. So we give it the backend insert properties, and then we give it the prefix, which is account underscore, and then the object, g object account, and then error, then an error. Right, so if not success, g propagate error. Oh, we have to say the local error. Oh no, we don't have to do that. If not success, just return false. We know that we're going to call this with not null, or with a pointer to an address to an error, so we don't have to check it all the time. We don't have to use the propagate stuff. Just be fine. Bind the account to the statement. Okay, cool. So that got the first part. Yay! So if we go and run this now, we can't actually check all this stuff or anything because it sucks. Oh, I gave it. Yep. But the in-memory database should now have an account in it. Oh, we could do it that way. That's kind of gross, but it would work. There's no way to like return a string as a SQLite object, right? I don't think there is. This is the introduction. I want the whole C API. Yeah, I know this wouldn't make sense because yeah. That might be nifty to add to Siegel just for debugging. Like, I just want to run the statement and then output it, right? There's no like SQLite exec to standard out, right? Like, I just want to debug test it that way, and I can't, and that's fine. But yeah. All right, so we bound the account, cool. But we also need the purple presence, Or so we're gonna do purple contact info star info equals null. Purple presence star presence equals null. Info equals purple account. Get are we? Yeah, we don't need this. We do need that. Or we don't even technically need that now that I think about it. Oh, no, we do need that. All right, well, whatever. We'll do it both ways. Contact info star info equals null. Info equals account dash contact info. Right? What the hell? Oh, I'm in the back end. Never mind. We do need this. I'm thinking I'm in account. Purple account, get contact info, count, presence equals purple, contact info, get presence. Right, so then we're going to bind the presence to the statement. Right, then again, success equals equal statement, bind object, backend, insert properties, comma. Presence underscore present g object presence. If not success, return false. Right. So all this magic is doing a whole bunch of nonsense that we would have to do in really ridiculously silly ways. And it's doing all of the error checking, all that stuff for us. You know, exactly what you would expect it to do. But yeah, so like purple presence. So right now we're only storing some of this, right? But so we've got, so if we go back to the statement, so we've got presence primitive, emoji, and message, right? So that's gonna go grab the emoji, message, and primitive out of here, and then pop them into the database. This thing, the Seagull stuff is even smart enough to find the enums and map them in properly, make sure the right values get there and all that stuff. Everything's fine and happy. The rest of this stuff is, I guess maybe we could put mobile in, maybe not. I don't know. We might add more to this stuff later. Right now, this is just make it work. Make sure we get the majority of the stuff and we can add all the details later. We don't need to have every single thing right now. Maybe we will in this pull request, but we don't need them right now. Right. So yeah. We should do the contact info first. Oop, I deleted too much. What time is it? Fuck, it's 2:20. Bind the contact info to the statement. Success equals equal statement, bind object, backend, insert properties. We name these all contact, I believe. Yes. $2.19, I need to resync your time to Stratum 1. Or who cares? Close enough. I mean, you know, maybe I should just get an atomic clock. AI would have told me the right time. ChatGPT would tell me that it's time to go to bed. Actually, my Fitbit's going to tell me in 39 minutes that it's time to start winding down, because it does that at 3 a.m. All right, next up, keep trying to get roof access so you can put time machines at your DCs. Oh boy. Normally like 10:30. All right, step the statement. Oh, execute the statement. Or whatever. Insert statement, we can ignore it. So step that. If error is not equal to null, return. Okay. Did we update? We might have updated this. Because the logic of that was getting weird. I thought we might have moved this to an enum. Nope. Valid statement. If there's no data to read, false will return, but error will not be set. Yeah, okay. I thought I was changing this to an enum, though, but I don't remember. You two can have a Stratum 1 clock source? Oh, boy. The TM1000A is a simple GPS NTP network time servers, cost-effective solution that makes Stratum 1 time synchronization possible across your network. Huh. Are these weather safe or... Oh, you just put an antenna outside. Gotcha. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Maybe one day when I gotta do some high frequency trading, I will consider it. Oh, I didn't update this after the copy paste. This declaration function, purple contact info, get oh, I spelled contact wrong. That worked quite well. Yeah, getting on my roof sucks. But if you're willing to come put an antenna on my roof, do you want to clean the gutters while you're up there? I keep forgetting I need to find somebody to do that. Assertion failed. Error equals null. Found object property. Time zone for parameter collect times, which is unknown type G time zone. Oh no. Did we put that into Seagull yet? Fuck. No, we just... Oh no. What is a G time zone? Oh, is this a box type? What type are you? Oh, it's a box type. Fuck. In a residential situation, a window works fine. Yeah. At a DC and high-rise building, you pretty much got to have roof access. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. Although I have an old... never mind. I'll tell you that in private. I'm going to dox myself. I will just say... Yeah, no, we're not going to say it. I just realized I didn't mute the mic as I typed, but whatever. Somebody's AI is going to figure this out. All right, so this is a bummer. The easy solution right now is to not put the time zone in here. That was contact time zone. If we're gonna hit the date I'm trying to get for this, we gotta get rid of that. It's just that simple. But in the meantime, Why? Oh, I didn't. It's that problem. Yep. Okay. I was hoping we'd actually get this done today, but that's not going to happen. Clearly. 2:30. Fuck. Why is U-Track so slow? Hurry up. Do.
Hello, Mr. Grimm. Long time no chat. Smile.
How's it going, Steve-O? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the 22 months. Greatly appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. What the hell is going on with U-Track? It's just sitting here spinning, doing nothing. There we go. It's fine. All right. New issue. Siegel. Add a bind for G time zone. Use G time zone in purple contact or purple contact info. And need to bind it. It's just a box type. So maybe we just handle them that way. I don't know. Need to look into it. Feature, not subsystem. I think 06. This is medium. Probably at least a crazy patch writer. Had 3 weeks vacation. That was highly needed. It's very good at the moment. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Good to hear. And who broke what? What's broken? Oh, I broke U-Track. That's what you're saying. All right. Purple account managers to go back and say assertion failed, error equals null, failed to step the state, not null constraint failed, account dot name. Yep, cool. See? It's doing what it needs to do, but in my test, I have to give the account a name. So we're probably just gonna do this. Account equals G object new purple type account name test account. You just reset my swap? Yeah, my everything gets swapped out real fast in my brain. Too much stuff going on. It happens. G checksum update assertion length equals 0. Purple account dot C set ID. Nope. We grab the protocol ID and the username to generate the checksum. We needed something that was consistent. Which, oh fuck, how are we gonna do? That's gonna have to change in the future. That's okay. Like future as in like a couple days. We should just be able to use a random UID. I don't know why we went that route. I don't know. Netflix switch is going to be a real pain in the ass when you get the older you get. Yeah, tell me about it. That and my memory recall has gotten real bad. Like, really starting to get worried bad. All right, cool. So we got through that part. That's all apparently okay. Siegel passed it. It was good to go. Oh, that's what we can do. This is by no means ideal or anything, but it'll work. What is it called? I forget. Statement has a get SQL command or get expanded SQL. Cool. So we're just gonna leak this for the moment to make sure that everything's working, right? So we are gonna say G warning, we're not G message, expanded SQL %s. Well, it doesn't have any, yeah. How's it going, Memphis? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Went to Lowe's tonight for 2x4s and plywood. Came home with plywood and water filters. Are they out of 2x4s? All right, cool. So here's the statement as it got filled in, right? So we knew all this is here, but we can see that our stuff's starting to get filled out, right? We don't have everything yet, but that's okay, right? So this is okay for us to debug this right now. I was totally forgetting that this is the thing, but this will help us debug and get this working and go from there, right? So the reason everything else is null is because we didn't set it, we didn't require it, we didn't need it, right? So yeah. The area code for Memphis is 901. Interesting. All right, I guess we'll generate the ID too. Oh shit, what was the new one? It was on JWZ's blog. JWZ.org. I'm not sure. Like, people might get mad if they see this, but I think we're gonna do it anyways. Where is it? Folder. Is this really this? Oh. What do you think? Leave it or not? Stupid telecom engineering tricks. I can tell you where most area codes are off the top of your head. Yeah. What I find interesting is that according to, like, a while ago, I was watching some video or something about how area codes were picked for places. And like DC's 202 because on a rotary phone, 202, or no, zero's all the way around. Right? No, it's 1 through 0. Zero's at the end, right? I think. Whatever, we're not gonna do this. People are gonna get pissed off. But yeah. So, anyways, like, so you know, it's 202. It's real fast to do, right? Zero's at the end. Okay, right. So Milwaukee's 414. So 414, right? That's a pretty simple, easy area code. So I guess we were big enough back then that people actually cared to make sure that our our dial. Our area code was easier to get to. But yeah, I haven't seen a rotary phone in a long time. Yeah, like I can see that, right? And being done by population makes sense. ID name, username. We got ID name, username. Require password is going to be 1. Let's do this. Like NYC is 212, LA 213. Yeah, exactly, right? So like my point was like 414, whatever, 100, 101, 102, whatever. Like, I don't know how far they would go up, but yeah. Yeah, what is 211? Like 511, 911. forget what else. The lattas? What do you mean by lattas? User info. Enabled. Letters are kind of like area codes, where area codes don't cross state lines. Letters do. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's go on Christian. Letters also have a 3-digit number. Huh. I'm hitting the wrong key, and I messed that up. Go there. Go there. We did enable the remember password. Like Phoenix, Arizona is lattice 666. Why 666? Because it's hot as hell there. Yeah, that makes sense. Protocol ID. Oh, we already got protocol ID. All right, so this should be it for the account itself. Did I actually save? I think so. Right, cool. So username, name is test account. Require password set to 1. User info enables 1. Enable passwords 1. Protocol. And yeah. All right, cool. So we want to go and fill out all the other stuff too. And then we're going to validate all this as we try to do a load back and stuff like that. And that's going to be annoying and tedious, but that is okay. That is the point. That's why we have the unit test. Is so that it catches errors and bugs and problems. Oh my. So. We need to do yeah. You can't set a contact info on an account. You have to pull it out of it, which is okay. Info equals purple account to get get contact info. Presence equals purple contact. So get presence. This is the same deal. Purple presence set primitive presence, comma purple presence primitive streaming. Why not? Purple presence primitive or purple presence set emoji presence GU car map. Is there a scythe emoji? No. Yeah, we'll just do birds. We typically do birds. Like in the past, we've had people complain about like swear words and comments in our source code. And it's just like, okay, sure. Like, I can't show this to my students because it has swear words. Okay. Right. J2 Software, welcome, welcome. How are you? How was your stream? Hope you're doing well tonight. Trying to pick an emoji for this status. Could do the spaceman. Oh, let's just do the alien head. Kind of sleep. Yep. Porting framework to Android. Nice. That's yeah. At some point we've got GTK has a Android backend now, and at some point we need to port to that, and that's going to be fun. But yeah. So either way, glad to hear it's going well. Or actually, he didn't say it's going well. Just glad to hear it's going. They really hate your source code then for the swears? Yeah, I'm sure. Presents, set message, presents, beam me up. Sure. All right, so now we should see all that here. Oh. Huh. We may have just found a bug. Uh-huh. Yep, have a good one, CS2 software. Catch you later. Have a good night. Fuck, it's 2:45. I gotta get going here soon, too. Oh. There, yeah, okay, that's, yep. Yeah, what? So yeah, that emoji thing looks like it's gonna be a problem. It's kind of nice to find cities your CNC software that are way too conservative on movement speeds. Yeah, I'm sure. Go faster. Yay. I just realized how hungry I am too. Wow. All right, well, we'll look at that in a minute. Yeah, I don't know if this is... Yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens here. This is dumb. Actually, I guess we can just do this too, right? Okay. I don't know why it's being weird with the expanded emoji. Or, expanded emoji. Expanded sequel. But... that works fine, so... Up to 3-hour carve to 45 minutes? Oh my god. That's kind of how I felt like when I went to the bamboo printers. Because, like, my other printers were not nearly as fast. And you're like, oh my god! This is just so much faster now. Alright, then we gotta do the contact. No, I've heard rumors and stuff that about the new stuff that was coming out, but I haven't looked at any of it yet. I know, like, was this the one that was multi-tool, or did that one already come out? Fairly reduced pooping by a kind of tool changer that does hot end swaps. Nice, nice. Yeah. That would be very welcomed. Oh, dang it. I was hoping I could multi-cursor that, but I can't. So So instead, we'll do it this way. Oh, look, AI could have saved me time, or I can just make my own template, like a snippet, and go from there. And actually, I can control click here. Boom. Oh, look at that. I just made my own snippet. Didn't have to use AI. Color. Oh, except now I lost it. Email. Phone number. Note Sid. Favorite external password. Did I say password? No, it's required. Okay, I was like, what? We do not have contacts passwords. What the hell? Okay, but yeah, so you can see the power of Seagull is just plopping all this stuff in and doing the right things for it, which is awesome. It's dropped after the multi-tool one that's like printer and laser in the same. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. The one that was supposed to be not see. Oh yeah, laser cutter. Duh. I'm like, not CNC. It was oh yeah, laser cutter, like you said. All right, so air domain stuff. Did we get that into Seagull? I don't think we did. No, we do not have bind air yet. But okay, so bind air and bind time zone are out. We just don't have a way to deal with that right now, which is okay. It's dumb, but it's all right. But yeah, so boom, we there. We can see that we are setting all the stuff, and then we are stepping the statement. Yay! Oh. Where's that coming from, though? Oh, that might... No, that shouldn't be me. Who is free in that? Like, that might be my little shitty test code here. Yeah, I'm like, this should have been weird. Huh. Alright, well, whatever. There's dropped a newer model this week that basically has at least 6 hot ends. Oh my god. So when you do a filament change, instead of pooping out a lot of purge, it just retracts the filament and swaps out the hot end. Basically only purges the first time you use a color in that print. That makes sense. Or you have more than 6 colors, it pops up, it has 12 hot ends to swap in and out. Holy shit. I'm gonna look. This is the H2S, I'm assuming? It's nearly 3 times as much as the P1S. Which I'd be surprised. No, this is the... That's the laser one. What is this new one called? Dual nozzle. Where's the announcements? X1C, H2S, H2D. Is it this one? H2C. There's... Okay, so it's not available yet? Ready to ship at the end of 2025. There's no price here. I mean, I don't have much to print right now anyway, so it's mine have been sitting here idle for a while. Yeah, okay. But I can make a lot of very cool prints with 6 hot ends. That would be very cool. So, all right, we are going to get rid of this. We're going to do this. And for lulls for the moment, because we just want to test this. Are we leaking any memories? No. Yay! Okay. Oh, all right, but it's getting to be 3 in the morning, and I need to go to bed. So, well, you know here. So it works kind of like a tool changer on a Voron, but it doesn't have the extruder steppers, etc. Leverages the AMS style filament changer. Just changes out the hot end and the print head on filament change. Interesting. Huh. That's really cool. And I've been wondering why people haven't done this kind of thing in the past, but, you know, whatever. But actually, wait, how does it... Wait. So the AMS has to have 6 inputs into the printer? Right? So there's 6 PTFE tubes? No? Oh, it cuts the film. Okay, gotcha. It cuts the filament and it leaves it in the hot end. And then the hot end cools? It looks like a guy who looks a little fat, does not sleep, and is high with caffeine. I mean, I just have water. Like, don't stereotype programmers, man. They park the hot end. Yeah, okay, gotcha. They park just the hot end in the tool rack. Maybe cooling, maybe not. Don't know. And then either way, they just, you know, pick it back up, reheat it if necessary, push the filament in, and go from there. Ah, cool. I will look at that after the stream. Which will be any minute here once we decide who we're going to go raid. But yeah, no, it's very cool. That makes a lot of sense. Oh boy. I should probably take the pet cam tag off my stream since Slater never comes here. And there is nobody I know streaming right now. I don't want to hit browse. I want to hit following and then live. We'll go raid Adam C. Jonas. I'm looking for like non-game dev streams because we don't do game dev, but you know, whatever. It's fine. All right, we're gonna get out of here though. Induction heating, some kind of wireless powered data for the power. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, but we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna go raid Adam C. Jonas. I'm not sure how to actually say his name. But if you don't want to join the raid, go ahead and hit cancel up above chat. There's nothing else you need to do. YouTube, I don't know. Let's see. He has a YouTube link. Is he streaming on YouTube? I don't know. I need to learn to do this better. Live? No, he's not live, but I'll give you a link to him anyways, and then you can decide if you want to go there or not. I think you can find your Twitch from there too. In the meantime, thank you everybody for coming by tonight. Be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube and hit the notification bell for your desired level of notification. In the meantime, you can find links to all my social media right over here. I do post on my Mastodon when I'm going to go live. And you can also join us on the officially unofficial Pigeon Discord as well, which is right over here. So thank you everybody for coming by tonight. And until next time, adios.